Hello. It's time to adapt. Your eyes to the night. The darkness. Okay. So I had some thoughts, and one thought was essentially having sort of like a blur effect. So I would take the image that I'm going to paint, the image that I'm going to apply night vision to, and before I apply night vision, I scan like a radius around my pixel to determine if I should apply night vision at all. Now, blurs, I hear, are some of the most expensive things you can do on the GPU, because you're essentially just kicking away from like the benefits of a GPU, which is one CPU per pixel essentially, and you're really doing one CPU to read one pixel to then read 20 pixels. So it's like you lose a ton of performance there as soon as you start reading other pixels. However, there is something called a quasi-blur that might be really good. I can probably close a bunch of these, probably. I've kind of got, I feel like I've got it. I feel like I've got the hardest part of it down, which was essentially knowing where to put it. How to read luminance. And the best way was literally just to let my exposure go down to like a 0 value and then operate on super dark pixels from there. They do some kind of thing where they use, Gaussian kernels. I guess that just means they just have a lookup table that tells them, they save the curve, essentially. So all they have to do is they have to look at the pixel, read the value that the pixel should apply to, and then apply that. So if I want to use Gaussian blur, I should probably use that. I should probably make a lookup table for that. This was just... yeah, I don't need that. Normal distribution. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. This graph is a snapshot. Don't need that. Well, yeah, I don't need that. I'm not changing my... I'm not changing any of that. Don't think I need that open. Shouldn't need that. I might need this still. I don't know, because I think my monochromatic color, although it is like, black and white, I think I actually want to make it blue. I've been really, paying attention to the color of things in the morning when it's still dark, and I essentially have like max night vision. It's really blue. Like it's really, really blue. I can definitely tell it's blue. I'm guessing whatever system the brain operates with, like turning cone responses into color, it just perceives the rods as like a blue-green color. I mean, because that's the wavelength that it comes in as. It seems like the brain perceives it as that color too, not like its own new color. I guess it is technically a new color, if you really think about it. Okay, so this guy. He links pretty much here to Intel. Yes. I do want to go to Intel. Investigation of fast real-time GPU-based image blur algorithms. Essentially my idea, like I said, is going to be take the whole image and essentially blur the pixels. And I use that as my luminance. So pixels next to light they'll still appear really bright if they're next to light. They have to be well in the dark for that to happen. And I was even looking, I have like some like very bright, I say bright, relatively bright, like green, my heater that I have has a green text display and a red light that tells you whether or not it's basically plugged in. I woke up, sun's not up, sky is not lit up at all, totally dark, but everything is really blue. And I guess I should have held like a white sheet of paper next to it to see what color the white paper looks like. But essentially I can look straight at this, you know, red-green thing, and I'm not losing any of my night vision. Everything is still pretty clear to me. Everything's obviously blurry. That's a big thing. I want to add in not just blur for blending between color and night vision, but blur additionally as, you know, loss of clear vision, right? Because when you're seeing at night, your eyes are like fully open, and you're essentially seeing colors out of the corners of your eye. Or I guess the density of like rods to cones in your eye, all the cones are like right in the middle, and then all of the rods are around the edges. So a lot of that light that's coming in is very scattered and sparse. You cannot see very clearly at all. I mean, you essentially need glasses, really. I don't think glasses could fix it, just because of the mechanics behind the blur. But that is something I need to have as well. I definitely need to blur the image. I want to tint it blue, so I need to pick a better color. And I need to have some additional blur when I decide to color dark pixels, so that I'm not trying to blend between dark pixels and light pixels. I'm just saying, light is over here, there's a spot of darkness, and then here's your night vision. That's what I would like. I could probably really tune into the brightness of the pixels, though. I'm sure there probably is sort of like a step function to make it blend perfectly. But I feel like finding those values is going to be really hard, and it's possible those values will change if I change any of my lights. So if I go to a different light with a different fall off and a different radius and a different cone look to it, the values I picked may not work there. And maybe I still need both. Maybe I still have to have some kind of smooth step on top of it, because if I have a light that really fades out, that really fades away, I mean, really, if I think about it, it's actually the exposure. The exposure level should be fading in, not the fact that I'm applying color. Oh well. Yeah, so I want to read through this. I guess you can read it out loud. probably not too long. It's really long. Never mind. Okay. They're immediately touching on, like, having a texture. HDR the Bungie way. Microsoft Game Fest 2006. Okay. Blur filters are commonly used in computer graphics, whether it is an integral part of a depth of field or HDR bloom or another post-process effect. Blur filters are present in most 3D game engines and often in multiple places. Blurring an image is a fairly trivial thing to do. Just collect neighboring pixels, average them, and you get your new value, right? Yes. Well, yes, but there are different ways of doing it, with different visual results, quality, and performance. In this article, I'll focus primarily on performance and quality trade-offs, as the difference in cost between a naive and a more optimal solution can sometimes be an order of magnitude. But also different algorithms can be more optimal on different hardware. I've set out to explore and contrast 3 most common techniques and how they behave in a sample of modern GPU hardware. That's a crazy sentence. That just seems like it's all over the place. Like it was edited several times and then never just rewritten. Ranging from mobile GPUs to integrated graphics and discrete GPU cards. Feel free to comment if you are using something better or different. Yep. 3 algorithms used are classic convolution blur using Gaussian distribution. Gaussian? I say Gaussian. A generalization of a quasi-bloom. Quasi? Old but still very applicable filter presented by Masaki Kawase in his GDC 2003 presentation. Really? Frame buffer post-processing effects in double steel. I might go watch that. A compute shader-based moving average algorithm inspired by Fabian RYG Geeson's articles. Fast Blurs 1 and Fast Blurs 2. They're all generic algorithms that are fully applicable to effects like a Bloom HDR filter. However, in a specific scenario, for example for use in depth of field, they would require additional customization such as a weighted sampling to avoid haloing and bleeding, which can impact relative performance. Even more modification would be needed to achieve something akin to a median filter. However, the optimizing techniques and numbers presented here, I just thought of something. A way to restrict the depth of your night vision, because they said modification for HDR bloom. My immediate thought is using a depth buffer. You only blend things when they are close together in the depth buffer. If I were to use a depth buffer for night vision, I would essentially apply a blur that gets stronger and stronger the further away something is. But that might actually be really bad. Hey, Danilin. I am trying to solve the issue of how I'm exposing light at night vision, with night vision. So my thinking is I could probably use blur and just essentially do like a quick pass over the whole screen. Not a pass, but blur the whole screen. Or essentially just take my dark pixel, look around, and say, am I close to any light? And if I am, then I don't do night vision there. So that would separate light areas from dark areas. So I don't have that effect. It's way more visible on this monitor than it is on my current monitor. Like, I can't see anything on this monitor, and then I look over at the stream, and it's like, I can see very clearly that night vision is happening. But around lights, at the very edges of the light, where you literally can't see anything at all, it's still bright enough that when I apply my exposure value, I essentially get this really bright ring around lights. So my thinking is I could use blur. Or the effect of a blur. But also, in saying all that, I realized it was probably more the fact that I was overexposing it. So it may be that just my exposure needs to be tuned based on the brightness of the pixel. Even more modification would be needed to achieve something akin to a median filter. I don't even know what that is. However, the optimizing techniques and numbers presented here should be helpful even if you are setting out to do a special blur like bokeh. Airy disk. What is that? What is airy disk? The best focused spot of light that a perfect lens with a circular aperture can make. I mean, this is really familiar. I've definitely seen this, but not for like computer graphics. I've seen stuff like this. Yeah. I can't remember exactly what it's for, or like what you would want to see when you're measuring this. But it's like a way to measure, I guess, the quality of your camera to a certain wavelength, is what I've seen. That's some math right there. Why would you want to make those? Image space. I guess, yeah, why would you? I guess you could use that as a lens flare. Sure. Sample also provides a real-time graph visualization which can be used to analyze any custom blur technique. Cool. Huh. Should also be noted that although generic algorithms are easier to understand, implement, reuse, and maintain, there are cases where specialized ones might do a better job. One such example, although I have not compared it with algorithms presented here, is presented here. Presented here, presented here. What is this? Okay. Glow. Bloom. Sure. Start with a... How do I say this? I'm going to be saying it so much, I should probably make sure I'm pronouncing it the way that it's supposed to be. Gaussian. Thanks. Let's start with a Gaussian blur filter, a widely used filter that reduces image detail and noise to simulate lens out of focus blurring. Also called Gaussian because the image is blurred using a Gaussian curve. Oh, it is called well, yeah, of course. The common way of doing Gaussian blur is to use a convolution kernel. Simply means we build a 2D matrix of normalized pre-calculated Gaussian function values and use them as weights, then do a weighted sum of all neighboring pixels in order to calculate each pixel's new filtered value. Yeah. 7 by 7. Right. Would you make a 2D texture? Would you make a 2D texture? Wouldn't you just take... Like, if I were to do 0.109 times 0.109 and take the square root of that. I think it just do that. Am I? Yes. 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 Why did I think that would be anything different? Make a 3D texture? I mean, you can make a 3D texture, but That sounds insane. That's kind of insane. That's kind of crazy that you would suggest something like that. A 3D blur texture? As if something gets blurrier the further... I mean, I guess really, yeah, but... that would be insane. I don't know, maybe you would. Maybe actually that's not a bad idea. Because I was saying if you want to apply like a bloom effect, you need to separate stuff out based on depth. A good bloom effect should separate stuff out based on depth. So you don't have pixels being bloomed when it's impossible for them to be bloomed. Like, you have a wall in front of you and then you have a very bright light source. This wall is not picking up light. You know, it'll be blurry around the light source, but the wall in front of you is not going to be blurred at all. So I guess there, technically you could use a 3D because you need to have the depth texture. But maybe within you wouldn't do that, you would just have your... you just assign some value to like your depth. And use it as like a linear filter. Okay, a 7x7 convolution kernel with Gauss distribution values. Adding them together should yield 1 as values are normalized. Oh. Okay. For 2D filter, this also means that to calculate each pixel, you have to do a kernel-sized double loop. So the algorithm complexity becomes O(n) squared for each pixel. For anything but smallest kernel sizes, this gets you very costly very quickly. If you're not pre-computing it. Thankfully, 2D Gaussian filter kernel is separable, so it can be expressed as the outer product of two vectors. Which in turn means that the filter can be split into two passes, horizontal and vertical, each with O(n) complexity per pixel. Okay, so you would just have a 1D texture. Okay. And it would literally just be the sum of the whole column, is what it looks like to me. Huh. It is useful to note that at this stage, the same algorithm can be used for any other applicable convolution, such as some sharpening filters or edge detection, such as Sobel filter. So far, we have ignored actual hardware implementation, but when we apply this algorithm to a real-world scenario, the Gaussian blur filter pass needs to happen in real time, often on images. Yeah. Most modern GPUs... When was this written? Okay, 2014? Yeah, never mind. Alright. I was going to say, this cannot be more recent if they're saying 1280. Modern GPUs are designed with this in mind, so it is no wonder that they can do this in just a few milliseconds. However, saving some of those few milliseconds could still mean a difference between a game running at a suboptimal 25 or smooth 30 frames per second. Ah, yeah. Smooth 30 frames per second. Algorithmically much better, this separable filter can run on a highly parallel GPU execution units as it is, by executing image reads, math, and writes in the form of GPU shaders. Shader pseudocode, yeah. 4i? Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, of course you still have to read your neighbor pixels. Okay. Actual GLSL code? Wow, I could practically copy this. think you can just kind of skip all that. I get it. They're just telling you how you would implement this. They do mention downscaling it, which is kind of what I think I would do. I think I'll probably do half or quarter resolution, because I don't need that much. I definitely don't need that much. Can I... Yeah, how would I tell a GPU to give me a texture and then just downscale it? Can I just do that? Can I just tell it, hey, downscale this texture to like a quarter res? Because I know it can scale up textures, but can it scale down textures? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, I guess what I would actually do is just... I would load in the texture and then produce a quarter res texture from that texture. That's how I would do it. And I wouldn't really worry about scaling anything. Just have my output texture be a quarter resolution. Downscaling algorithms don't exist. Yeah, I guess what I would just do is I would read in how big my screen is and just write to a texture that's a quarter resolution. Or if I do that, I have to spend time making a quarter resolution texture. It'd be like a whole second step. Cost in milliseconds. That's actually not too bad. Have GPUs really gotten that much faster? Because this says 3 milliseconds. On an old, I'm assuming quite an old graphics card. At like whatever resolution that would be called, with a very large blur. Alright, this is the one that I'm curious about though. We get an optimized Gaussian blur implementation. Did it get faster since the GTX 1080? Well, sure. But the real question is, did we need that? Did we really need all that? Okay, my playlist ended. I need to really start working on that. I didn't work on that at all. Of course not. It's still crazy. GPUs are getting better and games are running worse. GPUs have never been more powerful and games have never been less performant. We get an Kawase. I'm sure like it's probably pronounced Kawase, but I really want to say Kawazi. Anything beyond Intel HD 620 is unnecessary. I don't even know. The only graphics card I know about is the 1080. That's it. I don't know anything else. I had like one graphics card before I got the 1080, but I don't remember what that was, and it was really not very good. Bro lives under the GPU rock. I do. All I know is I got a GPU at just the right time. At least for like several years after I got mine, there were issues. All right, I gotta read this. So we've got an optimized Gaussian blur implementation, and we are processing it in half resolution for our HDR bloom effect in a hypothetical game development scenario. But it's still costing us 3 milliseconds per frame. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. What do you mean 3 milliseconds per frame? Oh, on the Nexus 7. 5. 40 milliseconds. Dropping the resolution to a quarter doesn't look good enough, as it causes bloom to shimmer on movement, and reducing the kernel size does not produce enough of the effect. One bloom-specific alternative is the already mentioned Compute Shader HDR in Bloom. However, it requires a number of render targets, is a bit messier to implement and maintain, not very reusable, is a generic blur algorithm. Oh man. And is by default fixed to one kernel size, making the effect screen resolution dependent. And not easily tweakable. However, it turns out that there's a generic blur algorithm that can have even better performance than our optimized Gaussian solution. Although there is a trade-off in filter quality and correctness, it provides far from ideal distribution, is that what they meant to say? But is acceptable for most game engine purposes. Introduced by Masaki Kawase in his GDC 2003 presentation. Frame buffer processing, post-processing effects, and double steel. Initially used for bloom effect, it can be generalized to closely match Gauss in appearance. It is a multipass filter where each pass uses results from the previous one, and applies a small amount of blur, accumulating enough to approximate Gauss distribution. In each pass, the new pixel is the average of 16 samples in a rectangular pattern at variable distance from the pixel center. The number of passes and sampling distance from the center varies depending on the expected result. Okay. Why does it sit on this one twice in a row? Is that a mistake? A 5-pass Kawase blur with 0, 1, 2, 2, 3 kernels, matching and output a 35 by 35. Why is the grid different? Not closely matching anything, but could be good for bright light streaks or a similar effect. I mean, maybe. Original image, 35 by 35 Gauss filter, a closely matching Kawase filter, and mismatched Kawase filter. I cannot tell the difference between these two images. I can. This one feels sharper somehow. This feels like it's less blurry. Gauss-Kawase relative. Wow. He doesn't even have a measure for 127 because it probably just goes off the screen to like 50. Due to issues with big kernels. Okay. So on this one, it's not better. Why did he pick this scale? He picked a really bad scale. This one is better. Wait a second. Huh? These are different GPUs. Why? I mean, I would almost say this is not useful at all, but they do have one GPU I can see. They have two. Oh wait, they do have, no. They have three. Okay, never mind. These three are the same. So the 420U is slower, or about the same speed for the high filter. Should I be looking at 7? I mean, they're about the same. These two are about the same. 4770R is about the same. It's no different. Wait a second. Okay, these guys got to figure out better graphs. Relative performance. So Gauss over, so a larger number, a value over 1 is better for Kawase. A value lower than 1 is better for Gauss. Okay, so it's actually just a little bit better in every way. It's either the same or faster. There's a few that are like just under 1, but I'm just going to guess that's like randomness. It gets better with a larger kernel for sure. Okay. That graph was crazy. I'm like, wait, which ones are which? And then I noticed that the texture sizes are different. Okay. Is it really this simple? Or do you have to do it per pass? You can't do all the pixels at one time. You have to run pass 1, then pass 2, then pass 3. The number of passes and kernel pattern of the 4 samples used to match specific Gauss kernel filters is at the moment based on empirical comparison. A more automatic approach will be explored in future updates to this article. Okay, so we just kind of guess. The sample provides a graph display to enable a more precise matching of different techniques to resemble Gauss filter distribution and to ensure correctness of distribution. Interesting. Okay. Moving averages compute shader version. Finally, it turns out it is possible to devise a simple linear time per pixel blur filter with O1 complexity by adding multiple passes of a moving averages box filter. However, due to the high fixed cost, this approach seems to only starts reaching the performance of Gauss-Kawase blurs, Gauss-Kawase filters on modern GPUs for very large blur kernel sizes, so it might be applicable in very specific scenarios. So it's worse. That's what they're saying. It's worse until you get really, really big. Still, it's a cool thing to have in one's algorithm toolbox and could definitely come in handy. The moving averages box filters explain. I don't think I'm going to do this one. They say that it's slower until you get really big, and then it's... I mean, also... Are you understanding anything? Yes. What's crazy about this is that the one-pass box filter looks like a more looks to me how I would describe a real blur. That's what a real blur looks like to me. If I take like a small net like this is and like put it up against my eyes, that's what that looks like. It does not look like these. It looks like this. I mean, I guess that's more accurate for like close blur, maybe. Maybe not distant blur, stuff that is out of focus in the distance. Because now I'm wondering if I could use this. Horizontal moving averages box filter pass. Does it displace pixels? No, it doesn't look like it does. Yeah, okay, the moving average is just the worst out of the whole group. Yeah, it's not better until you get to like a really large blur. I don't think I'm going to be using a blur larger than probably like 63. This guy's using Google spreadsheets for the graphs too, but then he just tosses this one in there. This is really funny. I wonder if they ever just think about this, like how do I want to display this graph, and they're like, let me just do a little bit of trolling and just do a really silly looking graph just for this. Down upscale overhead. Okay. Fastpost code sample. A package with the source code and binaries is attached below. There's not. Nothing is attached below. Maybe it's actually at the top. Should I email him? Hey, where's my download? Alright, but this one looks pretty good. I could probably just use Gaussian. But also sounds kind of fun to implement this one instead. Although it is multipass. And I have to be very specific. I guess essentially, yeah, the value is the distance. Fully utilizes GPU sampler hardware to get 4 pixels with 1 sample call. Oh, wait. 4 pixels with 1 sample call. Oh, so this is on... What? So this may not actually be any better, is what I'm getting. Because I don't have an Intel GPU. Or is this not GPU specific? Discrete GPUs. I mean, it's got to be faster, right? Because I'm reading, what, 16 pixels at a time? And I know exactly where they are every time I have to compute them. What does it do? This simply samples the 4 pixels and averages them. So essentially this pixel is going to be an average of all of these pixels. Wait, is that correct? And then this pixel then becomes an average of these pixels? And then you do it again. I think I would really have to look this up and find maybe an implementation of this. Ooh, an implementation right here. Hey, that looks great. 5 pass. So there's just the resolution, the texture. You get the pixel values. It's an average of all those. LOD 1.5. A downscaled? What if I just do 1? Why does it like not change at all? Is anything changing? Do I have to click compile on all of these? Surely I don't. If I go to 2. Oh, I'm seeing a difference now. Why 1.5 though? I guess the idea of this is like you downscale it. So maybe it's a little bit better. Maybe. Okay, so yeah, that all looks like what I expected to see. And they just literally run it 4 times. Oh, with different distances picked here. So they do 0.5, 1.5, 2.5, 2.5, 3.5. That is pretty fast. Why does it seem like the color changes when I go full screen? Okay. Well, I mean, that was it, right? I mean, I saw it. That was it. You just have to apply it several times in a row. What if I skip one of these? Yeah, I was thinking that the FPS is limited to 165 in the preview. So it clearly is. What is this? They say texture LOD. S0 would be the point. No, sorry, X frag chord here. And then texture is I channel 0. You just want to see what it looks like if I don't do this ever. Pretty blurry already. I mean, that's just because of texture LOD, which, do I get that here? How can I search this site? Is there a better way to search this site? Oh, they do have texture LOD. Explicit level of detail. The hell? Partial derivatives? UVWXXX and YYY. Okay. That one makes it very blurry. Very blurry again. Yeah, the later stages do a lot more to the blur. It's like the very first one looks like nothing happens. Which, I mean, I guess technically it is reading like a half pixel or something. Okay, that's quite simple. Although the only issue is that picking these values, selecting these values, yeah. This means that you could make such an okay. I mean, straight back to the article I was just on, so. He said that he would edit this so that you could figure out to like explain how you would figure out the values. I plan to cover the next article. Ah, what's the next? Who wrote this? It says I. I mean, who is I? In this blog post. Who is I? What is this HTML? Author names. Really? Who wrote this? I actually find that kind of ridiculous. There's no... It's literally just removed. It's literally just deleted. There's a P class author here and it's empty. Totally empty. It's been wiped clean of any ownership. What? Who wrote this? It's actually... I can only assume that the author lost the rights to... They wrote this blog post in air quotes and then they left Intel and Intel was like, well, we own the rights to your writing now, so we're taking your name off. And no one's gonna know who wrote this. Investigation of fast real-time hate. Okay, it's just someone posting a link to it. Global moderator. Do you think this is the guy? It's the same day. Ah, you know what I can do? Copy that link. We're gonna go pull up the archive of it. It must have a page on the day it was okay. Well, not on the same day, but first snapshot. It's gotta have an author name. I'm looking for the author, so I might be able to find Philip S. Oh, look at that. They did just wipe his name off the page. They did. Assholes. Yeah, untouched. Oh, do you think they have this? I mean, I actually really cared more about the author name. Philip S. with an F. Is that loading? I mean, he's got to have a GitHub, right? Okay. Green Belt software developer. Philip S. That's, I mean, why? Maybe the source has... Really? Wait, is that not... It's really not just Philip S., right? Dang. Okay, I mean, I guess I'm gonna search for it. I want to see his... I mean, I guess I can just download it. Crazy I typed Philip S. and Google still has this, like, cached as his name. Okay, well... The real question is, do they have this? Do they actually have this zip file? Oh, redirect. Okay. Another redirect. Okay. Is this cyclic? Maybe they have it? This one must be buried very deep. I'm spinning up the... Oh. Not found. It redirected to a 404 page. Right, let me copy this link. Do they have this page? Well, I guess I actually wanted to search for this one. What's going on? I don't want to redirect. I don't want to redirect. No, man, I don't want to redirect. Gosh. Okay, so unfortunately it's lost to time. It's just gone. I did misread this, so I guess I should read this now. Generic and non-integer kernel size support and fading in and out of the effect. Sample provides a generic Gauss kernel generator that works for any n4-1 kernel size, but not for any size in between. Quasi blur comes in a number of presets, but at the moment there is not a generic way to calculate these. Mathematically correct way of creating quasi-passes for any given Gauss kernel, or a brute force system to pre-generate these presets along with handling of non-integer kernel sizes. Dude, that sucks. They really didn't. No one saved that? Do they even save that? How do you save those? I don't even know. That sucks. I'm just gonna go back to this. Yeah, what happens if I click? Oh, this is like to email someone else a link. This is not to email the author. Man. You were going insane. Dude, what am I not? What is this? UI2? What? Okay. Can't find it. It's gone. Actually, let me just go to GitHub. GitHub directly and search for this guy. I'm definitely not going to find him. But who knows, maybe. There's Philip H. There's a Philip S. I'm just searching for this guy. He is in the Epic Games organization. But I guess that doesn't really mean anything. Nothing. Not the guy. Could be the guy, I wouldn't know. Game developer. Could be anyone. You would think they might even mention that they were working at Intel. Could I search for him on LinkedIn? Perhaps. Okay. I'm not going to do that. I really want to know... I'm really just looking for information on how do I pick these values. don't know, I guess I'll just start from 0. Okay, I'll look at this. Does he have a thing that's like, how much do you want? And then it picks. Iterations. Where does he say distance? Where's distance? What is this? Repeat iterations. Down and up. Okay. Down. Text coordinate. Text coordinate plus UV texel. That doesn't look right. Okay. Yeah, this looks more correct. Really? UV texel. Yeah, I would love to know. Is it defined here? It's nothing. VV text chord. Okay. So the up is where we apply it. Set uniform. This value. Shader get uniform. To the width and the height. Can't stay have fun. Alright. Goodbye. I will have fun. I usually do. Surface array. Surface array. The number of underscores here is really upsetting. I'll be honest, it's really, really dumb. Surface array texel width. Wait. Previous struct is surface array, which is this struct up here. That is crazy script, by the way. You write the word div to divide. No, no, I think this is just not correct. This looks like it's just downsampling and then sampling back up, and that's all this does. It doesn't actually apply blur. The blur just happens because you sampled it down a bunch of times. And then it applies like the one little matrix next to it every time it samples up. This is not like a pass. Yeah, so this is not useful. How did I get here? How did I get here? Oh, this guy shared it. Bad. No good. That's not it. Maybe this one. Is this the, no, I think he said it was 2013. This is after that article was written. So I'm looking for, also, what is this model? I see this so much. It's like, I feel like I've never seen it before, and all of a sudden, like, every time anything is being shown off, they're like, they use this model for it. Sampling four corners at increasing distance from the current pixel, basically ping-ponging between two equally sized textures. Yeah. The red, green, and blue pixels are really bright. Yeah, that would make sense. They do one, or I guess this is the initial picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 runs. Downsample filter. Oh, they just came up with something totally different. This looks like, I mean, maybe it's not, but dual filter is something I came up with when playing with different downsampling and upsampling patterns. It is derived from the quasi filter, but where quasi pings pongs between two equally sized textures, this new filter does downsampling and upsampling. So I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. That darkens the image really badly. Equivalent? You said it's equivalent? That's not equivalent. Oh, is it? But that's really... I mean, why have to put them like 3 slides apart? Can we compare? Input reference is Gaussian, I believe. Okay, I mean... Could we use a bigger image? I mean, it's all a blur. Literally, it's all a blur. Also, he cranked it up way too high. I want to see what it would look like at not such high... at not such a high blur amount. Yeah, I don't... So why is this pixel bright? This pixel's not. Really? But I really want to know how he definitely puts it on a really high blur, so I guess there's that. I don't understand what this peak signal to noise ratio shows that quasi filter is slightly better than dual filter. Signal to noise ratio. Okay. Downsample to 16th resolution. Set up with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. How do you pick those numbers? (97 by 97). Dual filtering 8 passes, so 4 downsample and 4 upsample. I don't know. I don't know. So this would be down 1, 2, 3, 4 down, and then 3 up. 1, 2, 3. No, I guess that would be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back up. Okay, so I guess that one wasn't crazy. I guess it's slightly better. Because if I'm going to do passes, I could do 8 passes, essentially. Or I could do 9 passes. Wait, so 9 passes. What's the real difference here? It's like a whole... It's like twice as... That's almost like twice. I mean, I say twice. It's like 3 to 4.5. On whatever they were using. Should I just do that? Is this how... Is this actually better? This is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Wow. They have an image here. Pretty cool. Okay. Wow, this is really explaining stuff here. Okay. What is it? Oh, this is applying it to blue. Okay. This is a really cool site. It looks bad and runs bad. Honestly, when I think of stuff looking blurry, like weirdly enough, this is what blur looks like to me. like real life, this is what it looks like. It looks like box blur. But it does run bad, so. Well, that's not even like slightly. Oh. Okay. Okay. Good video. That's the Gauss curve. That's a very familiar curve. The only thing it's missing is a square root on the bottom. Okay. Also, I guess if I would do this, I would need to... that makes it sharper or blurrier. Yeah, so 2 is like the good spot. I'm just messing with stuff. So... How much? Yeah, can I actually use blur? Because now I'm thinking I would definitely want to downsample this, apply like an intense blur, like a 31 on like a quarter resolution image, which would essentially amplify my blur by 4. And then I would use that as my brightness value. Wait, why does he mention the square root of this term, but then it's not a square root? Okay. This site is way too good. Why does this one also move up? I guess it moves it up so that nothing changes. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. That's very cool. Dude, yeah, this site's way too good for this, man. Separable Gaussian. Not yet left the classics. Yeah. Does he get to... This is a lot of Gaussian. Wait, what is this? What is that? What is that? What is this? Weird. Dude, what? This is crazy. This site is so... Alright. I mean, I'm gonna need that for later, for sure. That's gotta be saved. Kiwi size. Cool. Wait, what? The bilinear doesn't work? Oh, never mind, it does work. It only works for zooming. Okay. So here's another instance of doing the downsample and the upsample. I guess the theory is just like, you know, you get shimmering when you do this. You get pretty strong shimmering. Yeah, that's really strong. Although, honestly, maybe I would like that. Maybe I would like that. Maybe I would like that. Maybe I want that shimmer. It gets better. It goes away a little bit further. A little bit more when you increase this. That's really cool though. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of good for lights. I don't know, is that good? I mean, I feel like I kind of like that effect. How it shimmers. When things move. Okay, that's too much downsampling though. Oh, this is super cool looking though. That's so cool looking. I really, really like that. Does that also happen when we do... Hmm. Two frame buffers are required which switch between input and output passes, yeah. They say iterations. And they have a sample position multiplier. That is so cool though. Dude, that is so cool. I really, really like this. I want to use this as it is. That is super cool to me. Why does he let you go to 2000? That is so cool. I think probably like at least like 4 passes maybe. But then you... Or maybe 3. This looks so cool. I really like that. I mean, this is more, I'm just thinking of like an effect. I don't know, just some kind of an effect that happens. Like, I don't know, maybe you get like shot, right? And like this happens. You know, you go like boom, right? Like you get, you know, you're like concussed or something, and this is like the effect that you see. That'll like blend in. Instead of having an integer number of iterations, the last iteration might apply like partially. So I'd say like 3 point or 2.5 iterations. So the last iteration would do like a half multiplier of itself onto the output. This is really cool. I guess I'm just gonna download that. Sure. That's super cool. Like, I would prefer this to just be like a GitHub repo that I can clone or something. He made his own YouTube video. Oblivion. This is so cool. Okay. I don't know where to save this. So yeah, essentially you just have Mary's. That actually looks really cool. Not the dual filter, but this one. This one looks cool. 3 iterations, 209. This one would be 3 and then 209. Yeah. I don't really want that. I know it's faster. Definitely is. And yeah, it does scale really well because you eventually just get to a point where you're just... it also like seems to fix shimmering maybe. I mean, not really. It has a little bit. I can definitely still see it. But it's definitely not... No, there's a lot of shimmering now. This yellow area gets really, really dark, and then it gets really, really bright, but slowly. What is this mirror ball in someone's mouth? Yeah. Yeah, this is the one I want. Let me go check that out. I mean, yeah, it's actually just nothing at all. I thought this would be the full thing where they have like the number of passes that they're doing, but I guess not. For F sharp has been installed. This is not F sharp. Frame size. Resolution reciprocal, sure. Four corners in a diagonal pattern. Ah, that's what he meant by sampling 4 pixels at once. You sample a half pixel ahead. So you end up getting the 4 samples with 1 read. Okay. Bloom strength. Bloom strength. Oh, so I guess this would apply my... Well, color times bloom strength. I would want to... Yeah, so... I guess that would be you know that you have some emissive surface, so your bloom strength is 1. And then on other emissive surfaces, you would say your bloom strength is 0. Or non-emissive, you would say your bloom strength is 0 on the first pass. So you only end up with lights. Okay. Sample position multiplier. Yeah. Oh, wow. I want all that, though. So... yeah, let me make one of these, I guess. Because I want this immediately. So just call it that. Okay. It is going to be a compute shader. It's going to have all of this. It's going to have my read-only, write-only stuff. Yeah, so I don't want image 2D for the read. Yeah, pretty much like that. And then I have this. I'm just going to copy the whole thing, I guess, and fit it. I don't need pi. Don't need any of this, actually. Don't need that. So I will have, I already know my position. I guess this could just be my... yeah, my resolution reciprocal, I guess, is fine. Inverse resolution there, and then I would have the, I definitely want to have these position multipliers. And then the offset. So what did he use for the offsets, though? Because as I increase the number of iterations, is the offset fixed? Here. Here. Can I go to this code? Iterations. Weird. We read the value, but then we don't do anything with it. Redraw. Iterations. 4 samples per iteration. Samples per pixel. If we're at 0, it's 1, otherwise it's times 4. There's reciprocal, position multiplier, and then we'd have to do a loop here. I don't like that this is not tapped in. Whatever. Input texture. Pixel offset is I. Oh, so they just go straight linear. Okay. Dang. I mean... Does he talk about how he picks? He doesn't mention this. I mean, I do like this as like an effect, but of course I would use, you know, yeah, I need to come up with, I guess perhaps like a table. I'll just have a table. I say, how many iterations do you want? Or I would say how much, like what effective blur would you like? And I would say, all right, so for 2 pixel blur, I have a 1 and a 2. For a 3 pixel blur, it'd be a 1, 2, and a 2, something like that. Or 1 and a 2, or like 2 1s and a 2. I don't know, something like that. Maybe 2 pixel would just be a 1. Yeah, I think I will set it up like that. So You have the pixel offset, and I think that's kind of all I need, right? I guess I should do a... What would it be? Do I need inverse resolution? Because I guess if I'm using a sampler, then I have to... Yeah. Just wondering if I can escape that. Let me look at what my texture functions are. So texel fetch, a single texel. Okay, so they mean a pixel. Texture coordinate. Then texture LOD is when we have 0 to 1s. Texture coordinate, yeah. Okay. Oop. Yeah, this is the right one. I just scroll down. An offset is a float. Yeah, it should be a float. Adding another float adds like 16 more bytes though. And that would just be to get this multiplier. In case I want to have a fractional value. You know what? No fractional value. No fractional value. Just that. Don't need this. So this is my sampler texture. And then I would have a yeah, I guess I would just be writing like this. And I guess I can just have my function here. So I don't really need to write it as a function, I can just write it in. So I get my back to the vector 2 UV. This would be a vector 2, not an I vector 2. So this would be my All right, so I need a pixel coordinate that I'm going to read from, or that I'm going to write to, rather. And then I need, I guess I already have the pixel coordinate. So I'll say, yeah, give me this one. Position, and then UV, it would just be position over, or sorry, times inverse resolution. And then I think I'm pretty sure I have to cast this to a vec too. Okay. I guess I could actually do this as well. No, that's O. So I'll do this and then just UV at 0.5. I guess I could do it out here. Okay. And then so now we'll say my color would be oh, then I would multiply it by at 0.5. Times the inverse. Yeah, I guess I can just multiply these straight out. Okay. UV indeed would be position plus the offset plus 0.5. Okay. So then I would be working just on RGB. I'm not working on alpha. Although I guess, should I consider alpha? No. Yeah, this is post-transparent. I don't have alpha here. Texture LOD. Or would I just use texture 2D? Or just texture? For shadow forms? What does texture gather? Gathers 4 texels from a texture? Oh. This specifies the value comp, the component that will be used to generate the resulting vector. Ah. So yeah, no. That's interesting that I can do that. That could be like texture packing, I guess. Some kind of texture packing, I don't know. It's texture offset with an offset. Okay, I think I'm just gonna say LOD. Yeah, do LOD, and then have, well, I've already forgotten. The texture, the coordinate, the LOD. So this would be source, and then it would be the coordinate, which should just be UV. Oh, UV plus offset, right. Okay. So I'd actually do this. Yeah, just that. Offset would be, yeah, vector 2 of offset plus 0.5 times the position multiplier. And yeah, this would also be the inverse resolution. Okay. UV plus just offset, and I'll say 1.5. Also, they misnamed this. They say top right. The negatives would actually be top right. That's funny. Because your texture coordinate starts 0, 0 is the top right. So closer to 0, 0 is top right. So they're actually incorrect there. This is the top left. That's the top right. That's the, oh no, sorry. This is the bottom right. This is the bottom left. That's the top left. That's the top right. So yeah, they just had the bottom and top flipped around. And then I have to say RGB. Okay. Sure, I'll make it all look nice. Sort of. Why not? And then I would just simply do image store. Position and color over 4, I guess. Yeah, you know what? RGB is like really weird, so fine. I'll just make it a vector 4 and then I can take these off. And that would be all of it. Very small shader. I guess I could line it up even more. And the offset should just be... I feel like the offset should be a... I mean, I guess if I'm sending in the offsets, I don't need to do that. Right? I would just send in a 0.5. I would say... Yeah, I guess it's better if I'm sending in floats then. And I would rather the offset be before the position multiplier. This could all be like super lined up. Almost, not really. So you get position is just that. Times the inverse resolution. Okay. Sorry. I'm back. Okay. I think this was pretty much set, actually. Yeah, I mean, that's set. So... What? Okay. Let's go here. I don't understand how that could have failed. Oh, I guess because I'm not going to be doing anything with it, so it should actually say compute now, shouldn't it? Cool. And that should say it imported. Nice. Right. Now... I guess if I think about this, what I would really do is I would pass in... I would use that as a function, not a render callback. Yeah, I would really just pass in the size, and then... the initial image. And it would run with that. Yeah, this one... I mean, I'm trying to think of this, because I was thinking about doing... having auto exposure be more like a global function, but really that just needs to run once. But then I was thinking I could split this to be a second exposure step for night vision. So I could run auto exposure and then run a second time doing a full screen pass just for night vision and apply some extra exposure, I guess. Essentially just like 1 or 2 steps higher. Or whatever I would set the sensitivity to. Got this eyelash poking me. Yeah, I think this one definitely is going to be its own thing because I may want to run it with different parameters, different resolutions, things like that. So I say different resolutions, just different parameters. Because I may use it for a glow effect later. Or just any other effect. Yeah, let me just make it its own thing. And it will just inherit node because I want to make it a global class. Okay, I'm just trying to think more about how I may want to do this. So I'm just gonna do this. Okay, and then this guy. So this will have a, yeah, just the shader. And then the pipeline. And just to keep it, oh, and then it needs a sampler. Just to keep it kind of close to the same API, I'll just use that. And then it will save 2 buffers. I guess we go here. I mean, really, it would just have like a last and a current buffer. Current and then working. Result, and this would just be intermediate steps. And then I'll need like a table for blur effects. So this should just be a constant, really. Just gonna throw some values out there, and plus these will actually be the pixel offsets. So 1.5. Or actually, it would start up at 0.5, and then this would be like 1.5. Index is pixel blur. -1, yeah. So be 1 pixel blur. I guess this would really just be 0.5 and 1.5. .5 probably would just be 1.5 and then 1.5 again. I mean, I can figure these out later, but I'm just going to start with these values. What I noticed is they had this, like, tail, I guess. It's like the very end is where they start doing more. Zero, 1, 2, 2, 3. A 35 by 35 filter. So I guess I may be going wrong with this. This would really be like a 35 by 35. Is this like... I mean, it is really close. And when it says 0, he really means, you know, a 0.5 offset. So 0 is going to be plus 0.5. 1 is 1 plus 0.5, right? Let me see. I mean, I really want to find this. Does it give me anything? No. Anything about that? I mean, yeah, I guess I would really just be like tuning values, wouldn't I? And I guess I could just like run this and look at it. It's probably the best way to look at it. Figure out the values instead of just kind of trying to make them up. But yeah, this is already at like 35 by 35, so maybe I don't do that like that at all. I'll figure it out. Okay. Is that all of them? I don't think I have to free the sampler, do I? I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, why did I even think that I wouldn't have to? Of course I do. Just do that. So this time I can just say load, and then yeah, just like this. And then I would have to create a sampler. So I can just do that. And I have to create the buffers, but I guess I only need to do that when I... Yeah, I only have to do that when I get them. So I'm going to have a need the buffers. So I just create two of the same size is all I do. I guess I'll just copy all that. So then I would say, yes, I would like to keep the buffer size. So if I don't have to make a new one, then I don't need to do that. Buffer size is equal to size. Very simple there. And then I have to create this texture format with all of this. Buffer size X, buffer size Y. This will be our 16 GBA S float. There we go. It will be okay. All of this. So a storage bit, sampling bit, copy 2. Copy 2? Do I need, I guess I probably need the copy 2. Okay. And I'll just run texture create. Set those. That's all I gotta do. And then check them here. So clear those. Set up our format. They'll just be the same because I need to treat them both the same way. Copy from. I think copy to. Well, storage bit means I can write. Do I really need these? Do I really need those? I'm just going to comment them out for now because I don't think I need them. Like need or want. Okay, so then I'll just have a function that will just be so just call it blur. So I'll pass in the source image as an RID, the size is a vector 2i, and then I guess a blur int, an integer. And then I guess I'd also pass in as a float. You know what, let me actually make this just an array. An array of floats. Let me even say it's a packed float 32 array. Okay. Cool. So I will say of the source, which is a texture, at the end of this function, I would say the RID I'll just set current to be the last value that I wrote to. Yeah. Okay. Really? Wait, I can't do... Why is that not allowed? Okay, whatever, I guess. I read it silly like that. Why do they not have that? With a float on the right, but float doesn't support division with a vector on the right. That's actually insanely stupid. They support all the multiplications. Okay, weird. Inverse resolution source. So then I would just say if I don't have a buffer or the size is the same, then set up buffers. So then I need push constants. Only need 16 bytes. Size. Inverse resolution. Offset. Multiplier. This will actually be a float. Eight will be the pass. I guess I can go ahead and encode the offset multiplier here. Okay. And then yeah, I guess let me just then say for the offset and passes, I need to check if this is my first run. Or I guess I always say that my I write. Yeah, I guess I can just say will be source. My write text will be current. And then at the end of this, I would say write text would be working, read text would be current, and that would flip them. How would that work, actually? I actually don't know. I'll get there, I guess. I guess actually what I'll just do instead is not write that at all and just say first is true. I can go in and encode the float at 8, which would be my offset. And then I need to get I need to make uniforms here. So you can just copy this whole thing. So this whole source. Shader's always the same thing. Shader. Pipeline. Set 0 with source texture and right texture. This one is gonna be that pretty much. Yeah. Okay. Just make both of these so the right will be to 1. And then I will do if first, then source texture will be source. Right texture will be. So I always say that I'm writing to working and reading from current, otherwise. So that's pretty simple there. Source texture, right texture. Good. The pipeline starts here. Compute list begin. It does need to return me an int. And then also I will add a barrier here. I don't think I have to bind it every time. Pretty sure I can just bind it once up here. Pretty sure that's fine. And then push constants and then dispatch. But I do have to set this every time because this copies it. This is the point at which it copies the value. I mean, I guess I can just do that way down here too. And then there's the dispatch. Which will be this. Cool. Source texture is a new uniform, binding 0, sampler, add source, or I'm adding current. And then I'm adding write. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just assigning the values. So I'm pretty sure it copies it in the moment I run this. Yeah, so then I will just swap it. I'll just set... It's going to be the current value. Current becomes a working value. Working becomes the temporary value. So swap them. What about the first run, though? The first run shouldn't swap it, because... Well, I guess it actually is, right? If we do one pass, the working texture is still where we write to. So I end up writing to the working, so then I set current to be working. The second pass, I say current is the texture we're reading to, and we're still just writing to working. So at the end of it, current will be the last written texture. Okay. That's, I think, what I want. I don't have to do this at the end. Cool. Okay. We use a sampler, then we add the source. For not the first pass, we have to block until we're done with the last dispatch. Alright, cool. Seems good. Seems good. I don't downsample, which I mean is fine. Because really I just have to do like... I do 4 texture reads per pixel always. And it just is the number of passes that I do. And I can achieve in 5 passes what I could achieve with... I guess that is probably the issue, right? I would be doing... In a 35 by 35, I would be doing... Yeah. I would be reading that number of pixels from a lookup table. So it grows exponentially. This one only grows linearly. At another pass, it's still only 4 pixels being sampled. But you have to set up your passes in a way that makes sense. Okay. Need to make that a global. Cool. So then in night vision, before I run, I could apply, I guess, a pretty intense blur. And then, I guess first of all, what I should do is see about just making this an effect. So I could just have a full screen effect. Let me actually rename this. And then I will make a post-process effect that does this. Okay, cool. I renamed it to global. Dang. I need to rename it to something else. Yeah, quasi-blur global. So then I can make just one here that extends post-process effect. Okay. It's pretty much going to be like tone map. So I'll just copy the whole tone map. And then blur effect. I don't need that. I would need a packed float array. Which I would just have at 0.5. What does he use? Yeah, I really wish I had the numbers that he had. 0, 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay. No need for that. Has an auto load singleton. It's not this name. It's not the name of it anymore. So you're wrong. What does initialize do? Initialize effect. It will call create shader. So I'll just override create shader and not run it. Cool, so I just need to do that. Get render buffers, get internal size. So I just need that size. And I don't need any of this. And I would run it per view count. And I would essentially just do, yeah, literally input image, get color layer, and I'll just run global blur, input image, size, passes, and I guess I can, yeah, have an offset multiplier here too. That export makes no sense. then offset multiplier. That's all I have to do. Although I guess what I would do is I would actually say yeah, what would I... Yeah, I'll say true for this, and this will do... So it'll essentially be like a boolean that says right at the end. So the last pass, I set my right to... to that. So if I set true, then the final pass will... And honestly, I should just say I in range. And here it would be passes I. Then I would say if first, and then I would track something here. If right source at end and I is equal to passes size -1, then right texture would add ID for source. Which should be fine. Can I read and write to the same texture at the same time? Is it allowed? If I create a sampler and I'm writing to it while I'm reading from it, is that a problem? I feel like it's not. I've written shaders that read and write to the same texture. Pretty sure. I mean, but this one also reads pixels outside of its range. So is that going to be an issue? I don't know. Maybe it could be. If right source at end, can I just say, like, copy or texture copy? Copies the from texture to to texture. The from texture would need the can copy from. And the to texture needs the can copy to. Can I copy? I'm sure I can. I'm sure they enable that. So yeah, let me say this is also a can copy from. Yeah, I feel like you have to be able to, because how else in the code would you want to like read from this stuff? So yeah, let me say at the end. If right source at end and I guess the idea here is that I can just set the texture. I don't have to do a copy. But if I do one pass, then I have to write to working, and then I copy from working to that. Yeah, let me say this. If there's at least one, if we've done at least one pass, which means that we're not reading from source. I guess I would even say and not first. If we want to write to the source at the end, we're not the first run, then I can say, all right, my write texture is going to be source. Yeah. Then otherwise at the very end, okay, so we'll say if, right, source at end and pass's size was less than 2. So we had 1, I guess. I guess I'd actually just say if and pass's size was just 1. We had 1 pass. Then I have to do this. Let me even say up here, if passes is empty, I don't do anything. So I just do a texture copy from current to source from position vector 3. Okay. I have to do all this silly stuff. When I say from position, the z-axis must be 0 for 2-dimensional textures. Without map-apps or single layer textures. From position to position. Coordinates. Do I use texture, copy texture anywhere? Really, I don't use texture copy. Dang. Let me see a sample of this. So I understand. Damn. How can I figure out what? Why are we doing this? Would be 0 to 1? Like, that's what I don't get. Is this 0 to 1? Because the implication of it being a vector and not a vector I, to me, whatever. Let me see if I can't search for. Search for this. Let's double this open. I can close that. Okay. I would like to quit. No. Okay. Texture copy error, texture copy bind commit. Yeah, this is okay. This is hard to find. Whoa. Drivers. Okay. Why is there no implementation of this? How is that possible? Where does this function come from? Command copy texture region. Okay, so if it's saying region, it's gotta be pixels. It's gotta be pixels. So I want to copy from position. So position. Why can you not specify size? Wait. Size coordinates. Okay, so it'd actually just be... These should both be 0 then, right? And then size... This one I'm sure are going to be zeros and then 1 and then 1. Or just all 0? I don't know. Okay. Probably fine. Okay. So I don't know how this could go wrong. So I guess I'm just gonna... Well, first of all, I'm gonna turn off my night vision. Stop doing that. Thank you. And I'm going to go to day. And then I'm going to add a blur element. I thought I was going to add a blur element. I have to reload the project. Okay. Another function called blur on a placeholder instance. Check the script is in tool mode. Okay. Of course. Reload the project again. Placeholder instance, it says. Well, that's blurry. That's pretty dang blurry. So, cool. That is real blurry. It's not quite good on the edges, but when you don't have edges, it looks really good. Like vertical edges, it's struggling with. God, this is so blurry. Yeah, sharp lines, it has trouble with that distance. You get close and it looks pretty fine. That's some blur, all right. Is there a way that I could compare this with like a Gaussian blur? I don't know. I guess I can just like position the guy and then what could I do? I don't know. I mean, first of all, let me just like mess with this. Why have I lost my ability to see anymore? So I'm rotating, but the screen's not changing. Interesting. So a one pass has a problem. Ah, yeah, a one pass does have that problem, of course. Because the copy happens later. Is it supposed to be 1 and 1? Because it can be 1 and 1. At the reload because that script doesn't update. For some reason. Condition source layer. Really? Okay, so it is zeros. You know what? I'm gonna guess that it's actually safe to write to this at the same time. And just take that off. And it looks like it is true. It is safe to write to it at the same time. I don't see any weird effects where like a blur is changing. Yeah, am I seeing like shimmering? I feel like maybe I'm seeing something happening here. Yeah, okay, I am getting problems. It's definitely stepping on its own toes here. All right, let me say that it requires. I'll just do this. Writing to source at the end requires passes to be greater than 1. Also, this one is being set to true there. So I will just set this to be false here at the bottom. All right, so now I have one pass. Cool. It's like already really blurry though. Yeah, there is the unfortunate effect of it. Wait, what? It feels like if I do the same thing twice, I end up with... Oh wait, this shifts the image by a half pixel. Oh, that's not good. Is it just because I do this? Oh no. I'm shifting it by a half pixel, that's not good. How did I do that? Or how do I undo that, rather? Look at this. What do they do? They just, yeah, just take... Just apply the offset. Why is mine wrong then? UV times that position. Oh, wait. Plus the offset, then multiplied by the resolution. I mean, I guess I just do them twice. It's not... I have both negatives, both positives. Yeah, the shifting is really strange. Why does it shift? Would it be 0? It is, okay. So does this shift it? I mean, that is a really intense blur. Maybe I just start with doing the one pass and seeing if this... if this does it. Let me do 0. So that's what it looks like there. And it seems like it kind of shifts it. Ada's offset position multiplier is that. So it'd be reading my current pixel plus my offset plus 0.5. Let me just do this. This can be an integer. No, I mean, that's literally the same thing. I'll just leave it like that. D plus 0.5. So I would pass. They just use that. They'd say 0, or it would be 1.5, or sorry, it was originally 0.5, then I changed it to 1.5. Yeah, they just go halves. I can't figure out why it shifts. Why does it shift? Start with an adding offset, and then I do a negative offset. And then I do a negative x and a positive y, and then a positive x and a negative y. And then I store it back in the same position. Alright, let me just see this. I guess. Should I re-import it? So we're definitely re-imported. Okay, so it's clearly not doing anything anymore. Reload. Yeah, it's definitely shifting it like down and to the right. It's definitely like adding 1 to all the pixel positions. So no, that doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it's literally shifting everything by like a half pixel. Okay. So how did I do that? How did I manage to do that? Packed float 32 array. Packed float 32 array. So it is my shader somehow. It is shifting it. writing to the same position, right? Global invocation ID starts at zeros. T is y times size plus, so T could be 0, right? So my position is correct. Do I really have to subtract 0.5? Would I just say 1? What if I just read 1? Or just read 2 passes of 0? Yeah, it's absolutely shifting it, right? So it seems like it's staying in place here when I bring this up and down. Man, I might even say that's like a full pixel. I gotta look right at my screen for this. It is shifting at a full pixel. That's a full pixel shift. How is that possible? Because essentially what I'm doing here is I'm just reading the coordinate position Let me look at my inverse resolution. Let me see if somehow the size is coming in wrong. Because it is stupid. It is very stupid. Alright, I still have a full pixel shift. And it's definitely a full pixel. It's not even like a half pixel shift, it's definitely a full pixel shift. So my size is correct. Definitely sending in the right size. The offset multiplier I put at 12. I put the pass value here. I wonder if perhaps compute list could be wrong. Size -1. over 8 plus 1. Should I do that? Size minus 1 over 8 plus 1. I think it's actually what I already do. Size minus 1 over 8 plus 1. Let me just do that. Still shifted. Still shifted. A full pixel. That is so weird. So it must be this, the shader itself is scanning it wrong. Do I really just subtract 1 from the offset? I mean, I guess I'll just do it and see. Okay. I can't just do that. I have to reload the whole project. Anytime I change the shader, I actually have to reload the whole project. It's really dumb. Why? I'm not reading a pixel back, but it's still off by 1. It's still a full pixel shift. How? 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 Did I not save it? I definitely did, and it definitely just didn't do it. Try again. That should have absolutely shifted it back. 100% that shifts it back. And it didn't, and that's really strange. I mean, what? No, 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 no. It's clearly shifting the whole image by a pixel. Like the bottom row gets like deleted. Should I add one? Maybe I can add one. I clearly didn't care. I hit the wrong button. I'm baffled. Okay. So let me do this. Okay. I'm just straight up gonna read it in. With the UV 0. Not doing anything with the offset, I'm just reading in the position. Wait a second. Should I be doing inverse resolution -1? Should I be subtracting 1 when I do the inverse resolution? Let me try to look for this. One over canvas width, 1 over canvas height. Yeah, so just straight up my code is wrong somehow. Pixel offset plus 0.5. Positive, negative, negative, positive, positive, negative. Divide by 4. Multiplied by the position plus 0.5. Multiplied by the offset, multiplied by the inverse size. In theory, my offset is just, fine, I'll just do add up. Add 0.5 times the multiplier times the inverse resolution. And then UV would be passing from the vertex shader. All right, funny. Okay. Sources, where would I see this at? Storage? No. I say dual. This isn't dual. Okay. I will refresh. So you got simple quad several times. Oh, hilarious. Why is this like that? Really? The 304, they say. UV is vertex times 0.5 plus 0.5. Times 0.5 plus 0.5. Alright, so my UV would be adding 0.5. That's what they do. They add 0.5. Okay. Is that really how that works? So I gotta reload the whole thing every time I do this, so sucks. But oh well. What? Oh, right. Right. Okay, so that does work now. Yeah, it is. It does shift it by 0.5. That's really dumb. Okay. I've got to add these. I gotta really start adding these songs at some point to a playlist so I can. Because I've been looping this playlist so I can add all the songs that I want to add, but I'm not even adding them. Which is very silly of me. Alright, cool. It works now. Because I was just reading the position and writing it back out, but I was writing out like plus 0.5. Or I was reading plus 0.5 on the UV and then writing that color. Okay. Got the shift figured out. Huge. Big stuff. Do I still have a problem with edges at a distance, though? Edges still look a bit weird. Hey, Cinestrikes. I got something figured out for night vision. Finally. But now I need to make it blend well, so I'm looking at blurs. The strategy that I came up with was reading the final texture. Instead of trying to read in luminance values like globally, I just let auto exposure happen and then I read in the final pixel value. So that kind of does two things. It means I don't have to set up a luminance curve, really. I just say the pixel is dark, add some exposure to it. And also, it means that if I want to allow my auto exposure to go lower, or I would essentially set my auto exposure to what I want color vision to be, and then everything that's dark after that, I operate on with the night vision. So I could make night vision start later or earlier without having to modify night vision at all. I would just modify the auto exposure effect. Yep. But now I have an issue with... I guess I can show it. Turn off the blur. So yeah, you see how like this light is like creeping in. I think it looks better on stream than it does on my own monitor, so I can't even like see it. But if I turn it off, you know, the light is smooth. And then, yeah, this is the problem that I'm at right now. I can't figure out how to blend it well. So my thought was I could use a very powerful blur and then do night vision around light sources. I mean, I don't even know if you're able to... If I look over here, you can... I think you can kind of start to see it, maybe. As this value gets closer to 1. Yeah, you can see already the light source. There's this really sharp edge where it's really bright. That's the problem I'm trying to fix right now. I think I need to like look down or something. I mean, it's going to take tweaking to get it right. Yeah, I can't see anything. But I can see this. This is now the monochromatic color, the night vision color. Because if I turn this off, it's gone, right? Now you can see it. But then just light. I'm struggling to get light to blend correctly. So, yeah, I'm really at the point of just making the blur work, and then I have to categorize it. So I would like to have a slider that just says, give me 2 pixels of blur. This filter doesn't quite work that way. I have to set up a number of passes and an amount of blur to apply per pass. Yeah. The really big blur would be, I think it's 1, 2, 2, 3. This may still not even be enough. Also, this has gone away. How much of an impact does this have? I feel like I can't really see it. That might be like 10, 20. What is that? Pop and emo. Thing is, this probably isn't even enough. I could also just do it linear, but I think they've been saying that doing please. Yeah, because now it's all boxy looking. Well, I guess I actually skipped a number, didn't I? They've said that the effect looks better when you don't run it linearly. So making this one 2.5 and 3.5, it's a bit less blur, but it makes that... It's really noticeable at distances. I can also modify this. Which may help. Okay, immediately I see like... I saw shimmering when I was approaching this. Yeah, that's like really obvious and distracting. Wow. There's also this effect, which I think looks pretty cool. Could be for something. Like the Minecraft shader makes everything look super pixelated. That is weird. Alright. I've screwed around enough. So night vision now has to use that. Let me even just try messing with this again before I get too far. So my current mixing method was this, which looked bad. Yeah, so this I don't think I can use. This one I got kind of close. Whoops. What did I do? Wait, what? Actually, yeah, what? How did I do that? Okay. This will be, I don't know, I guess attempt 1. This one looked closer, but what I realized was that the exposure value what is my exposure value? It's the night luminance, this value. I think this one I guess could blend in based on, this could be my smooth step function actually. Let me try that. I may not even have had to do all that, but you know what? It's all learning. And I really like the effect too. I would like to try to find a way to have that in something. Could be like, you know, just blur the screen when you die or something. So I was thinking, actually, yeah. I was thinking of having night luminance do another mix. And this would be, or yeah, I guess I would just do this here and I would just have I would just add on top my night color. So I would read in, I guess this case I could just do luminance. No, I'll do, no, this, because this won't be very smooth, I think. run there with this edge. Probably... I mean, this got me really close. So yeah, this would be... and then to 0. Okay. I have to... It pretends like it re-imports it, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I have to actually tell it, and then it does it for real. Then I can reload. And... go night. Alright. What happens? It's not turned on. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that color thing is right in front of me. Also, I think I'm getting the... yeah. Not seeing anything. I see something now. On the other monitor. Because I can't see on my current one. I mean, yeah, I can start to see stuff. Still can't see it on this one, though. So, should I have set... I mean, I can see it. My character, at least. Barely. Oh, now I can see well. Oh. Well, that's not correct. Okay, so I think I just have it set too low. 4 to 5 is too low. Okay, let me try 4 to 3 then. Oh. Yeah, so I do see an issue. If I blend it based on the exposure value, also I'm noticing that I think is it? Oh wait, hang on, because this is like a totally white image. For some reason, I don't really know why. I guess, yeah, it's still probably just not far enough. Okay. Am I thinking about this right? Smooth step returns... Oh. No, yeah, it returns 0 at edge 0, 1 at edge 1. but with like in between it returns a curve. Did I just make that higher? I think I did. Yeah, weird that I can't see the white color here though. And I'm already at like maximum exposure. Can see the sky maybe? Yeah, that's strange that the white's not showing up still. I'm getting more of the colors. These lighter colors for some reason. Oh, this is kind of like my table here, right? So this second to bottom row is getting lighter to the left. So I guess I can go further. Again. Did that work? I didn't hit reload, or I didn't hit re-import, but maybe it actually worked. Yeah, I think it's definitely lying to me about having re-imported it, and it's not actually doing that at all. Alright, I'm going to reload the project, because I've changed this quite a few times now, and the fact that I'm still not seeing anything is suspicious. And I think I'm being lied to. Yeah, I was definitely being just straight up lied to. Okay, but now the border is back. How far does this edge go? Is that the edge of it? Yeah, and this is why I thought I would need blur, because even the dark patches that are inside of direct light get night vision applied, which doesn't make sense. That wouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen. And yeah, I would still want this to be a whole lot brighter. Okay, but I was definitely being lied to with this. Let me try going back to this range and see if this works. And night luminance is 1/1.8. So it's like a lower contrast kind of thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna reload project because it's straight up lying to me about everything. I don't think it was ever updating that whole time. I think at one point I said, oh, it looks like it's getting brighter now. But I don't know for sure. Alright, it's fading in, and I can see the night vision pulling in light as well. So I guess I can step down again. Go from 3 to 4. Because in theory, this value is mapped directly to this value, where I'm doing it here, which would be this curve. So 3 to 4 is kind of my halfway point. I could say... Actually, I could just say 4 to 5. I don't know why 4 to 5 didn't work. I guess nothing ever got that dark. Then I would just turn up my exposure, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not seeing the ground, and I'm getting a whole lot of light there. So... Did I already... I'm just going straight back to what I had written before, but I couldn't see anything from what I wrote before. Is this a case where I still have to click re-import manually? Is it still going to be just as bright? Because it should definitely be darker now. I should absolutely see less of that weird stuff on the lights. Okay, but now I can't see the bright white thing. All right. Let's see if I can't figure this out. What would this value be? When I do 1, -3. Yeah, that's not how that works. 1e -3 is equivalent to 1 times, you know, -3. So I think what I may want is... I do -4. Do 1.5. Like 2. 3, -4 is my thought here. And then this would go to be 1 at probably -4. Yeah, I guess let me try that. Reloading won't work. They do the project. I can almost see the white here. But I'm definitely seeing now a border around that. Okay, so... yeah. A blur definitely is needed here. Because I'm at such a low value and I can't even get any of this to expose. On my own monitor, at least. The one that I'm looking at. And this is like right on the edge. So, yeah. I'm going to set it up so that I apply a very large blur. And then I use this as a mask on the night vision. Okay. The right stage, vision texture. I also need a so this will be the just call this light mask. So I'll do this at 1, 3. I think I'll still do this. Maybe. Maybe I just use the blur entirely. And I just leave night luminance as instead of the sensitivity of the color, I would do the sensitivity of this would be, I guess, blur color. And yeah, I can just do image load, I guess. I don't need a sampler. Well, I would run this as like a half resolution. So I guess I would use a sampler. Yeah. So I have my position. I do get a size. So I would have to run a texture. Yeah, just texture. I'll just call this like blur. With how do they do this? They did Vec2 position plus 0.5. I guess just this. Plus 0.5 divided by the size. And I don't have to do that. I don't need alpha. Okay. So night luminance is still stepped with luminance. It would actually not be stepped with luminance. It would be stepped with the actually, yeah, it would be stepped with this. Am I even reading this anymore? I think this actually replaces it. Never mind. This one, like, replaces it. Okay, so let me do this. I will send its own thing. Bring this all down here. Color would instead be a texture screen, and I have to offset it by a half, so I'm reading the middle of the pixel. Position plus 0.5. Yeah, position is just that. Okay. So I don't use size there. I just read the interpolated value from my lower resolution image. Now my luminance would be this, and now I'm using the blurred thing correctly, just with this change. I guess that is all I would really change there. So maybe I just move this up. And I would just comment this out. Then I can remove all this. Okay, and then screen is no longer that. This comes in as a sampler. Oh, wait a second. I do need both. Oh, man. Put that back. Yeah, put that back to... Yeah, just... Yeah. What is it like? There we go. Yeah, because this gets me the actual color, and then this one I use as my luminance value. I guess I can just put that one after. So this one will be blur color. Night luminance is the sensitivity of blur color. What was that? Well, I guess this can actually be... What does this mean if I do it like this, if I use the blur color? This would kind of make... This would make it glow, wouldn't it? Because a bright thing would, or a bright pixel, would kind of bleed its light. So I don't think I want to do that. I think I do just want color. or like bleed its exposure value out. And with an intense blur that I'm gonna apply, that's probably really bad. Yeah, because it would make, like, if I have the grass in the dirt, which would normally come out to be like the grass being pretty bright and the dirt being pretty dark, it would like make the dirt brighter at the edges of the grass, which wouldn't make sense. That's what would happen there. And the grass darker. I don't know, maybe I could play with it and see what it looks like. But for now, I think that's right. I take the luminance of the blurred color as a total luminance value, and that's how much I can perceive in the dark. It's this value. And then I would step with that as well. Well, night vision, luminance. Yeah. Yeah, that's all what I want. That is all what exactly what I want. Look at this again. So I only use luminance for how much night vision I have. Yeah. Okay, so this one... wait. No, I'm not blending it. Yeah, luminance, this one here is the specific color, but I blend it with the blurred value. Okay. Okay, I think that's all good. Now on the writing, when I write, which is down here, I have to bind Is that fine to use the same sampler twice? Do I do that here? No. Do I have to have two different samplers? I guess I'll find out when I try doing it. So... this will be, yeah, a blur texture. And then this would be... that value. Two. So before I run any of this, I need to essentially just start here and do just blur the input image, this size. Passes. Let me make this an export as well. Um, 1.0, and then I don't need that. So this should just kick off and run in the background while all of this is happening, I think. Right? Is this a problem that I would call this twice? Multiple compute lists cannot be created at the same time you must finish the previous list. Okay, thanks. Yeah, this actually really makes no sense. Why do I have to pass in the integer value if you already know what list I'm in and I can only have one at a time? Okay. So how can I do this? I mean, I guess I can pass in. Can I pass in a compute list and say, here, use this? Can I do that? I think as long as I set the pipeline, the uniform, and the push constant. I'm fine to do that. Let me try that. Does this return... Can it return a negative value? Let me do another variable. Actually, I guess I could make it null. That's probably fine. Okay. So I have an integer, and I would just say if it's not null, I would say compute list is create one. Okay. So I can just pass that in. And then same thing here. If list to use is null, I end the list here. So yeah, I just pass in a compute list that I want it to use, and now I can have everything happening simultaneously. But of course, this should technically go up here. All right. And yeah, by this point, this should be done. I don't think I have to do any pausing there, especially if I'm giving 2 passes that has to finish, and I'm already adding a barrier here, so I'm guaranteed that. Yeah, that should be it. I didn't add any constants. Okay. But I will have to reload. It crashes, of course. of course. I'm still not adding any. Every time it gets back to this one, I just skip through it. No good at this. Yeah, I know we're crashing. Can we just go ahead and crash already? Like, come on. Do I have to encourage you? There we go. Alright, I mean, that should be going right away. Our ID is null. Oh, is it? Why would that be the case? I can only assume it's this one is coming back null somehow. Because I called blur on it. And it should be... I mean, that's just not possible, really. Honestly, that's just not possible. It has to be set after I call this. Huh? That's not... I don't believe you. Try again. One more time. What? Ah, okay. A texture. Do I have to pass in? No, I just give it a vector 2. A sampler and a vector 2. Definitely a vector 2. Screen? Wait, blur color. Dang. Blur texture. Screen blur. Okay. Sensitivity, no matching overloaded function found on line 103. So yeah, I would know why. Because this comes in as a vec4 and I was supposed to write... Yeah, RGB. That's what I was supposed to write. I really wish hitting like reload on a scene reloaded the global thing, but it doesn't, unfortunately. Because it like runs your game in a viewport. Cool, no errors. Alright, well, blur is happening. Okay. So it didn't save me, it seems. Yeah, This line is so close to being gone, though. It's just sticking around. Alright, so night vision. So, what if I just did nothing? Ooh, alright, alright. So it's definitely doing something. And yeah, it definitely helped a little bit. But there's still this very clear edge where it blends in. So I mean, how much blur can I really apply? Yeah, I would like to know how powerful. I guess I would like to see this blur. I guess I could turn it on and just imitate the values to get an idea of what this blur looks like. Yes, this is kind of like more bleeding in than bleeding out. Ah, I could increase the offset multiplier. I mean, can I actually even do that? Or would that just look too stupid? Okay, let me just try going linear. I feel like this isn't really doing anything at this point anymore. I guess I can just keep stacking on, because every time I add one of these should be like a whole lot of blurs happening. Oh, what? I'm doing the wrong one. Well, of course I wouldn't see anything changing. So it definitely helps a bit in some ways. So it gives me maybe a slightly smoother edge. But it's still just not quite there. So I feel like you may want to start bringing up the exposure again. It's not quite enough, I think. Did that help, though? I mean, it kind of did. It definitely got rid of kind of a main issue, which was stuff bleeding in too hard into light. But yeah, I get this like border where it's, I mean, obviously that's too much. I guess I just need to tune my ramp better. Like maybe that's all it is. My ramp needs to be like right on the edge of that. Okay. Also, I feel like I still can't see anything. Like I should be able to see something. Oh, and now there's like a weird blur on stuff. Damn. So that means I've read in blur color somewhere incorrectly. So night luminance should be a function of this one. Maybe darkness should not be a function of this, though. Darkness should be a function of the actual color. Yeah, so let me do blur luminance. Now I have the true luminance, which is this value, right? Because this is what darkness would be based on. And this one would read the blur luminance. Okay, so let me just see if I've fixed this problem. Is it still there? It shouldn't be. That should have done it. I gotta let it go a little bit longer. Alright, I think I got that fixed then. Right. And then I still can't see grass at all. I'll figure that out. Okay. So that's still good. This, I should still see the edge. Ah, the edge is not blurry enough. There's this patch way over here now. Oh wow, when I get right up onto it. Okay, well. And yeah, and it... Whoa. Oh no. This is a problem. This is why I thought I would need depth texture as well for the blur. Because now light sources like steal light from other surfaces. Damn. Man, this is just difficult. I can kind of see the grass now. Maybe this is all I need to do. I just need to really make this smooth out. And that will require modifying this. But now it's like, should I even be using the blur then? Let me try ignoring the blur texture. So I just operate on this luminance. And this one, I want to give it a slight multiplier here. Just a little bit. So then what I want to do is I really want to try and this brings it further away. This brings it closer out. So let me go to 4. Oh, I guess this one I'll go to 5. Can I bring these in as parameters? Because if I'm going to really tune this, I should probably bring them in as a parameter. My thinking is that setting this is going to make it so that other light sources are going to fade in too much. But I guess if I really think about it, if at the darkest intensity of the screen, also my other thought was making this be a full screen thing. I'll mess with that later. So let me add it in. So that runs from 32 to 48. So this starts at 48. So then I need 64 to bring this all in. And this one I will smooth step from X to, I guess I'm actually inverted. Luminance steps X and Y. Luminance steps X and Y. Yes, I know. That's actually crazy that it actually re-imported. That's actually really weird. But I know that I have to keep reloading it because it doesn't actually do anything until it doesn't actually work if I don't get it. Did it let me write that? Maybe they do. Cool. All right. $48. X. Y at 52. Yeah. Is it actually doing it now? I kind of just don't believe it. So when I bring down X, wow, it actually has already updated. I did increase the value too, so I can maybe start seeing this on my own screen. Let me... I'm really shocked that it immediately reloaded it and actually did it correctly. Perhaps what I should really do is do like 2.2 here, like a proper gamma curve, and then drop this value at the end. Yeah, but now I definitely have to do it because now it's definitely not done it. Because that should have got way brighter instantly. Okay. It's showing up. And I can see the grass. And I don't know if I should have any at all. Oh yeah, I'm actually ignoring the blur now, so make sure you just delete that, because that will do nothing. Okay. Yeah, see, now I'm just taking off stuff that I actually do want to show up. Yeah, like this. I can't see this at all anymore. So this value has to be at least high enough for... Wow. Really? Okay, so... Yeah, I need like, I have to do blur, and then I have to have... On top of that, I have to have... Man, what do I do there? I guess what really gets me is how bright this light is. I mean, is that correct? Should the light be that bright at the edges? What if I've been going about this all wrong, and I should have looked at the street light and changed the angle attenuation to be 2, or whatever it is, whatever it should be. What is this? And I guess what I can read, can I pull in like... I've got to figure something out. There's something clever here that I think is possible. Because I do have information about light sources. So I do know if a pixel is being shined on by a light. And in theory, I would also know how bright that light is. I guess what I could do is... I mean, I get... like... At some point, there's a texture that is just this screen and essentially just the amount of light illumination. Can I look at that? Can I look at lighting? This... Okay, well this is really, really dark, but... Hey, Tabaxi Hunter. What are your game plans when you finish the lighting? Just to continue working on all the other stuff, I guess. I mean, I've got my to-dos here. Got a lot of stuff written. I have some movement stuff, and then I'm gonna do UI for weapons. I'm gonna finish that up. This is my current list. Yeah. So this display lighting here. Scene luminance? Why is it in color? Spotlight cluster? That's crazy. Okay. I could use this. Well, no, I can't because it's not just on the ground. Internal buffer, isn't that just... Also, why is it actually so large? That actually seems really oversized. Yeah, that's weird. Scene luminance seems broken. Why is it so bright? This is what I really don't get. Why is that actually so bright? I mean, I could fix it by... kind of. There's just this very clear edge where it is so much brighter than the next pixel. Could I instead... This was another thought that I had. I've like deleted my night vision. What was I gonna say? I was about to say something. The other thought that I have is fading this light out faster. So if you're above a certain... So I would like make this darker, I guess. And hopefully that, in theory, that could combat this being so strangely bright. Maybe... Yeah, why is it so bright? Why is it so bright? What makes this brighter than the pixel next to it? The spotlight has some influence over that, but the spotlight defines it. I don't know, I'm wondering if somehow... this is really weird, because right on the edge, it should be the same amount of brightness as here, but I still have this very sharp line. And that doesn't really even go away. There's like still this huge period where it's way brighter than the stuff next to it. I would basically have to have like a perfect light to get rid of that line. But I feel like I can't do that. I feel like I need to have... Oh, weirdly, this kind of starts to fix it. Is that what I should do? I should just do this. Is this a problem with the angle attenuation? Like the implementation of it? Man. I gotta get lunch. I will be right back, and hopefully I can think of some reasons why on the very edge I'm still coloring the pixels bright enough that when I apply my night vision, they get really bright. This is like the same, this is like brighter than, it's like as bright as this white here. Like the pixel almost becomes white. Maybe it is a problem with the angle attenuation. When it colors it dark enough, it changes the color to white. But but it's still like a very dark white. Like I can't see it until I turn on my night vision. But it's coloring this like the same brightness as this. Let me check that. Let me change this attenuation to be really low. Alright, let me bring this guy over here. I guess I can't really do that. Change the rotation back, and moving that was deleting my night vision too. Just move him over here. Oh gosh, I have no night vision anymore. Yeah, that is like killing it. Alright, I'm going to try to let the night vision get as high up as it can. I'm going to whip around and take a screenshot so I can get the values of these pixels. Because I'm suspicious now that when the attenuation gets so low on the spotlights, it like desaturates the color essentially. And it loses a lot of color information. Where instead of appearing like a dark red pixel or like a dark brown pixel, it's appearing as a dark white pixel. Get the screenshot quick. Okay. Alright, I will be right back to get lunch. I'm back. Got food and I'm gonna eat. And I have an idea already. Because this is on the terrain. And I do happen to know that the terrain is using a lighting function that is not the default Godot's lighting function. So what I may want to do is I think just to test first. I'm going to go ahead and bring in, where are they? The light spheres. Yep, there goes my night vision because that's blown out. Okay, so I'm just trying to get these. Dude, I can't see anything. Even the exposure's messing up. Dude, I can't see anything, man. Okay, so right there. I guess I could hide the gizmos. Turn that off. And then just move these manually. What I'm trying to do is get them in a position where I can see how, whatever it is. I just want to get the white sphere. Okay, so immediately I can tell this is a spotlight problem. The attenuation with the spotlight. Because even looking at the directional light from the moon, it looks fine. The spotlight is definitely adding this. This black sphere is staying black in moonlight, but then I bring it over to the spotlight and suddenly it's turning white. It's literally turning white. So, I mean, that's all the evidence I needed. So it's definitely the spotlight attenuation is wrong, doing something wrong. I was thinking it could be just the terrain, because the terrain has its own light function. If I can find it. Be somewhere around here. Environment. Yeah, just runs shader light diffuse specular, which apparently I can't read. So I thought it was this, where attenuation is I guess just being done incorrectly. What happens if I don't do any specular light? No, I mean, of course, it doesn't fix it. But if I do know diffuse lights, then... So what is that? Backlight? Yeah. So, I still see it there. I mean, I guess I say I still see it. It's definitely fading to white, or fading to black, but poorly. So I guess it could probably be this. What if I just do times attenuation? I've got to eat and stop messing with this. Okay, so still perhaps a problem with attenuation. Still perhaps a problem with attenuation. So yeah, the directional light doesn't do it at all. The directional light looks perfect. Even the shadow. Yeah, even this shadow is perfect. Right? It's not suddenly turning white at the edges of the shadow, or just before the edge. And I am getting full night vision on that. It's just, you know, totally unlit. And this backside is getting no lighting from the directional light, so this is all light attenuation just suddenly turning the color white as it gets there. I don't know. I need to think about it more. I'm gonna eat. Yes, I am. I had a sandwich, and I'm eating chips. But I'm gonna save some of them, so we'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So I was looking, while I was eating, I was looking at this attenuation thing. And I couldn't quite figure out. It's really strange to me that this is like such a sharp line here. I mean, that like gets rid of it, but there's still this very clear fade out on the very edge. There's always this really obvious fade out. Even on this one, there's like this, it starts to fade and then it's just kind of a cutoff. There. This one looks like it has a really smooth fade off. Like there's still something happening here, but right when it gets to the edge, it's not that it gets bright, but it's definitely coloring it white. So I was thinking if I change the color of this to something else, make it pink, maybe I would see this color appear. Blue. So I guess I'm not seeing color happen. What's kind of suspicious to me though is why red makes it go away. Well, I say it makes it go away. I think it's still there. It's definitely just way more dim though. Yeah, it's definitely still there. I'm not seeing... Yeah, why does... I guess because it takes the illumination of it and then it multiplies it by that. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, this looks really good. There's no line anymore there. I think if I back out... I think it's also just because I removed my night vision, probably. I did. I don't have any. I gotta speed that up. I can make it really fast. There's no need for me to have it be slow while I'm testing. Instant night vision. Okay. There's still definitely a line there. Okay, I'm getting an idea. But first, before I do that, I need to check if the Omni light also has this issue. So I will bring it out here. I guess this would be like -5. Bring it outside. -10. It's getting closer. All right, yeah, I can still see it. I can already see it. Yeah. So this has the same issue. But there's still this very clear fade. Anyway, which is... It's even like more clear on this one. That it's fading away. Alright, I have an idea for what I want to do, but I want to go and look at their code and see what they have for attenuation calculation. I actually have no idea how they do lighting beyond just knowing where one of the light functions are. Not there. Shaders. Here. So I have an attenuation. Right, okay. Attenuation is already given to me. So I want to figure out where they compute this value. It's a float value. That doesn't make sense. I'm still not sure how this happens. I just add a 0 times so I'm not getting any specular on the ground. Okay, so that didn't really do anything. So I feel like something here. Let me also take off the backlights. So there's no way that's happening. Okay, nothing happened. My thought was this light color is doing it. Like somehow. But I still feel like there's this pretty clear fade at the end. But right before it gets there, things turn white. They lose their color. What if I just did would it be albedo? Yeah, what if I just say albedo? Well, huh? Honestly, I am a little confused. I am actually a little confused. So why did that happen? Because I was multiplying it by attenuation. So light color, is that changing per pixel? Does light color change? Light color is based on energy. Alright, let me do a change to my shader so I can see better what's happening. So instead of doing night vision color, yeah, instead of doing this, I'm just going to add the color back to it. So and I really want to see, I expect this to now give me the color of the thing itself and not applying some monochromatic thing to it. Okay, well, I don't believe you. I didn't do anything. Really? Well, okay. I didn't mean to close that. Whoops. Well, I do know what's going wrong. This was supposed to be RGB. That's why. There it is. Okay. Still have a problem. Crazy how much one line of code could do. Okay, what? What have I done? All I did was I changed Param's night vision color to... That's all I did. What is going on? How did that just, like, explode so badly? Texture binding 2 is not a valid texture. What do you mean? What do you mean? I changed one line of code. I changed a variable name, essentially. How is it super busted up? lit project. Texture binding 2 is not a valid texture. What line is this supposed to come from? Or not the same format as required. It's like overriding itself. Is it because... Is it because this is 0 now? Yeah, it was that. Okay. Alright, let me change that script then. Because I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to pass in I want to be able to pass in 0. So I guess I just do this. If it's empty, then don't do anything. So why can't I see anything anymore, though? I'm taking the color. Which, I mean, I guess the color is pretty near 0, but... Okay, I think I've got it. This would be color over the luminance. So it should basically normalize it up, ramp it up to like be bright. So it should actually be like night vision is like everything is lit perfectly. I say lit perfectly, but it's gonna look crazy, eh? Yeah. Why is blue so bright? This is really strange. It's getting darker, and then it gets brighter. So I guess it's not turning white like I thought. The color is still there. Yeah, that's still the right colors. Okay, so this means that it doesn't turn it white. The color is still there. But it's clearly being lit way more than the surrounding. You know, let me just do luminance. Would it be luminance over... I essentially just want to get how much light is hitting. I mean, I guess I can actually do that on the terrain. So let me put that back. Let me have the terrain light only do, instead of light color, it will be, instead of light color, okay, this kind of doesn't really work though. Wait a second. Where's that blue coming from? That I don't get. What is this? What is this? What is this? I think I mean, it's probably not necessarily the light. It could, I mean, it could. I'm definitely thinking it's more something that I can't fix here. There's nothing there for me to fix. This is already correct. I don't know, it's really strange. I guess how can I know if something is being lit? Because there's a point where, yeah, this is kind of what's happening. There's a point where this light is fading out, and it essentially reaches the same brightness as the moonlight. So then they kind of add together, and I end up with a luminance that is not so dark that I can't see night vision, but dark enough that I can't even see it in color. I think what I would like to have is essentially the whole mask of the light's attenuation, but not attenuate at all. So essentially the same as if I had, let me go back to normal. Essentially the same as if I would have this kind of shape on the light. So I would have this really sharp line, and I would say, all right, I can't put night vision there. I know that I can't put night vision there. And then I could even do a blur as well, but probably not, because that would require some depth stuff. So I wouldn't have an angle like this, and it's like stealing light or stealing night vision from this wall here. So I don't know, maybe I can't. Yeah, essentially there's always this line. But also an issue is that if I have a low attenuation here, how can I do this? I'm not clever enough. So the real problem here is that there's this area where it's bright enough for night vision just before the light fades out completely. So one thought I have is I could apply, just essentially to hide this, just to accept that this is going to happen, but try to hide it. In a way that I could hide it is by having a very powerful vignette on your vision when you're not, like, depending on how high your night vision level is, you have a very powerful vignette. And essentially what that means is when I look at something bright, I guess that actually doesn't fix it at all, does it? Never mind. It doesn't fix it at all. Because my thought was when I look at the light source, it's just bright enough that it would start removing my night vision so it goes away. And I don't notice and I won't see the bright lines for too long. But I can't hide it like that. Because if I have a light that attenuates really quickly, I just end up with this effect. You would still see this. I would still see this. That would still happen. Like, I could even look right in the middle of the light and nothing is there, right? So this still happens. I really would like there to be a way to solve this without reading in like a buffer that tells me where lights are shining. Because that would essentially be my thought. I have a buffer that might not even work either. Because then I might have some spots where night vision is abruptly cutting off. So then I have to go back to blurring it and using a depth filter to try and control that blur. This is a really hard problem. Maybe the real problem is how bright I make the night vision. It's too bright. This darkness term. This darkness term is now, the way it's currently written, it looks a bit strange sitting there. This is definitely not going to solve it, but It looks strange because I'm multiplying it by... I'm essentially adding like an extra multiplication in here, is what I'm doing. I'm essentially just computing a luminance. Is that darkness term doing the same thing as the night luminance mix? It is. I think this is doing the same thing. So I'll just go ahead and get rid of it. And make sure that doesn't make anything too crazy. Also, I'm going to be going back to the color, the night vision color, instead of albedo color. Okay. I mean, just having... Man, I really... I mean, okay, even at 1 now, it's actually not so bad. For the spotlight. For the spotlight, at least, it's not so bad. This light is really bad. This light's really bad. There's a very bright line there. Well, I think I probably had this at like 2 or something. What did I have this at? It had an angle attenuation of 0.4. Well, that's not... What? Wait, angle attenuation of 0.4. Okay, the spot attenuation, I think, is actually the angle attenuation. Spot angle attenuation. Spot angle. Spot attenuation. Spot angle attenuation. Oh. I changed this to 1. Yeah. Okay, so now it comes back. And then... Really? Angle attenuation was... 4.6? Okay. What is that? 4.66516. All right. Well, that actually helped with the banding a lot. Yeah, okay. That was a good fix there. That helped with the banding a lot. Now, I mean, Now I've actually got an idea. Maybe I could embrace this somehow. Or do I just try to fix it and make sure that none of my lights show that so much? No, because I still end up with even like a very dark object. It's this very clear line that appears. Because I will say, I remember having like soft lights being in a very dark room. And you could tell that the lights were in there. It looked, I mean, you couldn't see any color, maybe a little bit, but you would still kind of see this, I guess. This wouldn't actually go away. So what if, instead, what I should be doing is bringing this up a bit. Okay, well... and somehow merging that somehow. I definitely have these issues where I get these islands where it's bright enough for night vision to happen, but not enough for because this looks better now. This looks kind of better now. Maybe what I should do is if I have night vision, I actually just say forget color vision completely and remove color vision. And only have on the whole screen, only have color or only have night vision. Perhaps. But I definitely have an issue where this like if I'm far enough away. I mean, I guess this would all be like how do our eyes do that? How do our eyes handle that? Because to a degree, this effect is real. This happens, but I can say I've never seen it. I've never been aware of this. It's also perhaps an issue of just textures, where you just have really dark pixels. Alright, so I think blur could definitely help this. This thing, if I use the blur, I have to have a depth check. Or it has to be very small. I guess there's also I could model it more accurately by having, like, this side of the screen is obviously being exposed, so night vision would go away on that side of the screen, right? So then that would take off all this bright stuff immediately. It would go away because it's too bright for night vision to happen there. So I could have like a lower resolution texture that's like, I could divide the screen into pieces and track a separate night vision amount. But that would still cause the problem where if I'm at an angle like this, night vision still goes away here. So this roof would like get darker. Oh, this is a weird effect. I'm really not sure what to do. What if I make this, I don't know, less bright? Just gonna bring it down to 1 and then mess with this. I mean, I don't know. And it doesn't really actually do anything. It's still there. I still have the problem of all that. Man. I'm really going to try to see if I can come up with a solution that doesn't involve blurring and depth buffers. Because that definitely makes the effect way more expensive when I do that. Blurring is a little bit, but adding on top of that a depth buffer check, I mean, it's gotta be, maybe it's not that much more. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but that might not even work still. Because then sharp edges, where the background behind it is really far away, you would still get a really sharp edge. It would not blur at all. I mean, I guess I could. I guess it would just blur with black. No, yeah, that's I can't, okay, I can't even do that because that's still too complicated. That gets really, I'm thinking about it more, that gets really complicated. Because then the pixels that are near the edge would end up reading outside the edge. So essentially, like where the roof would blur, it just actually like turns black or gets really dark. And I'm essentially left with the same problem, I guess. Yeah, where in fact it would even appear that the roof gets brighter once you apply night vision on top of that. Because now the edges of the roof are like totally dark, right? All of a sudden. Right up to the edge at least. That even means the light areas also get dark because now they try to blur outside of themselves and they end up reaching into the roof. So then they fade out to dark. So I'd actually just have like a really bad bright line between any edge or on edges. Yeah, I have to set this bright enough. Okay. Let me try and get these tuned in no matter, at least this value. I think I can get tuned in to a perfect value. Okay, so I can tell a difference there. I can still tell a difference there. Alright, so maybe that's where that should be. Okay. Now this value, I can't decrease it so far as to get rid of that. Okay, now it's just negative actually. Yeah, there's essentially this edge no matter what. No matter what, that edge is going to be there. How am I writing this? I'm adding it. I am adding it. I gotta close my window a little bit. So it really is this night luminance value. Yeah, I've got an idea. Maybe what I do is okay, hang on. So my thinking is this edge here should essentially match the brightness of the stuff outside. Night luminance. Hang on. Night luminance is a crossfade between color and night vision. It's not a multiplier. Maybe this is where darkness comes back in. So I would, instead of doing this, I would have a blend. Because there's these really sharp, there's these really sharp edges, right? It's a very sharp edge. Essentially, the pixel value flips from being bright enough for color to then being bright enough for night vision. So it's this really bad. Yeah, there's a switch happening here. Is my smooth step wrong? Maybe my smooth step is wrong somehow. Because I'm not getting a smooth blend between these values. This is like a sudden switch flips. And I'm getting really bright color. Let me check smooth step. A smooth interpolation between 0 and 1 when x is between these two values. Between 0 and 1. My 0 value, my 1 value. Yeah, so how is there like this switch? Where's the switch happening? Because it is quite sudden. It's like suddenly night vision. Why is it not smooth? It's very much not smooth. There's no... I mean, really, there's like no interpolation. Like maybe right on the very edge we get interpolation, but before that... It's like suddenly night vision, right? But it's full power night vision. So... wait a second. There's a certain way I have to do this. Edge 0 is my lowest value. Y. And I'm assigning Y. It's my lowest value. Okay, so... Alright, let me do this the other way. Let me have X be the lowest value and Y be the higher value. Because I wonder if it's being just a little bit strange. Okay, same result, I guess, so maybe I didn't mess it up. I mean, I do see smooth lines, but definitely the pixels... suddenly get like a whole lot of night vision applied. Maybe the textures are just no good. Maybe. No, I don't think so. There's no way these textures have, like, pure black pixels in them, I think. Because if they did have a pure black pixel, then... yeah, I don't think so. The grass definitely doesn't, and that's... oh, there's even this really bad time of day. When it's not quite... yeah, so my night vision is definitely... I might just have the wrong idea entirely. That's also funny. Okay. So there's something wrong with how I'm doing this, I think. I am adding... yeah, I am like adding illumination to this. Should I like then multiply this by luminance or something? This isn't like an exposure thing where we get low enough and we start bringing up the values. Which is what it should be doing. Man. I almost really want to play, what is it? Amnesia, to see how they do this, because they kind of have something like this. When you go to like a really dark corner, you know, you're in the dark. You know, you're getting the effects of like sanity being drained because you're in the dark. But then you literally get like night vision. The color goes to like a blue color and exposure goes up. This is not exposure. This is adding light to the scene. This is quite literally taking the dark pixels and making them bright. I'm not adding it to everything. What if I did? What if I just added night vision color to everything? What if I did that? Maybe, I mean, this should definitely make this go away, for sure. And I'm not multiplying it by any luminance anymore, I'm just adding the color. Well, I mean, I would add it... okay, I can't exactly just add the color. I mean, maybe I could. Maybe I could multiply it by... yeah, what if I multiplied the color of the scene? What? Yeah. What if I multiplied the color of every pixel? Because this is essentially supposed to act like exposure. This is what exposure does. Exposure amplifies it. It's not adding. Although, I don't know. Let me see. Let me see what happens. I can't see anything anymore. It's totally black. Dark world. Okay. Not quite, I guess. Yeah, why can't I see anything, actually? Oh, because I am multiplying it by everything. So... would it be a mix between the color and then an exposed color? An exposure color? Let me take night lumens back out then. And... I would want this value to blend to 1. To blend between 1 and this value. Which would be like... oh, man. Let me just take a quick look at this. They add it. They also take it off when this is getting bright. But that doesn't fix the issue of a hard edge. He kind of demonstrates it here. Hmm. Hmm. It says, why is the luminance? Luminance of what? Of the individual pixel? Why didn't notice the luminance? How do they compute luminance? The source luminance value. What's the source luminance value? What? How does he compute source luminance value? Luminance values which can be extracted for RGB intensity using the standard transformation. Is Y luminance in that color space? This is XYZ. I don't even know what year that is. Why is the luminance? Hmm. I'm gonna look this up. What's the matrix? Okay. Oh, that's really close to what I'm doing. Okay. So he's just doing the color transform. That's like the same numbers that I have. Man. Um. Okay. So perhaps what I can do is, let's say let's say I multiply it by some exposure value. Yeah. So let's say I take the color that I'm going to amplify. I guess I would have a branch in here. So I'm going to look at the color. I'm going to say, do I want to amplify this color? And if so, then I amplify it. And I look at how bright I've made it. And if it's bright enough to be color, then I forget the change. Or... no. This still doesn't fix this line. I can't see anymore because my texture's all busted. Dude. I guess I take the color that I might change. I compute some luminance value that I'm going to give it. And then, or some additional exposure value that I'm going to give it. It doesn't really work. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Okay. I think what I do is this may have to go back to the tone map and auto exposure. This may have to merge with those. So that essentially what I do is as I'm exposing an image brighter, I start shifting the color. I start blending the color before I multiply for exposure to my night vision color. So dark patches still stay in the dark, and the exposure level essentially just keeps dropping. And then I have this blend at some point that goes from color to my night color. And this would essentially be a step after auto exposure. Because then before my tone map values come in, I have okay. Let me think this through. Because I feel like this is actually going to really solve it. But it's going to make it a little bit weird, perhaps. All right. I think I've got it. So I move half of this into auto exposure, or I guess I move. Yeah, it'd actually be smart to just move it into auto exposure. So I move half of this into auto exposure. So now auto exposure is tracking two values. It's tracking a scene luminance and it's tracking a night vision luminance, which are two different things. Because essentially the idea that I want is that you can maintain your night vision with red light. So the auto exposure is essentially going to be responsible for changing how much night vision I have from a given scene. I could even have night vision be a full screen read as well, instead of just the center of your screen. All the code would be kind of right next to each other. And then for this step where I do the writing, I would move this into tone map. And I'm reading in my scene exposure level. And once this reaches a certain threshold, I would essentially start blending out the color. I would essentially just do color RGB equals times exposure. But then the color that I'm multiplying it by would be a mix between the scene color and the night vision color. I could even apply some extra parameters so the night vision color maybe is affected by, or it has a different kind of contrast. So if I'm using more of the night vision color, then I change the contrast. Okay, I'm going to do that. I think that really will work. A lot of this is the same as well. It's essentially just adding a second set, or not even adding more buffers. It's the same number of buffers. I just now have 2 pixel values that I can read. I would read, or from my temporary data, it would be a vec2. I would have, I guess you can just do ×2 there and just leave it as a float array. But I'm sure vec2 is going to be the same. So the red channel would be my normal auto exposure, scene luminance, everything like that, focusing in the middle of the screen. And then the green channel is doing a full read. It's not focusing in the middle, it's doing a full screen read of night vision luminance on those colors. And I guess it would also have to operate at a lower the night vision curve is already here. So I would just have this curve. And auto exposure now handles both with one run. It would just use a little bit more memory and maybe be slightly slower because it's doing the calculations for 2 colors. And then, but at least the code trims down to just running auto exposure exactly as it is. And then tone map would be responsible for blending between scene color and night vision color, based on things like luminance and exposure, that kind of thing. Does that absolutely solve the issue of light? Where the fine edge between a light, it should, because I'll be blending between color and night vision color. So it should have a smooth transition out. It should essentially go from color, not really getting any darker, but getting more lighter in color, so it should have a smooth transition out. And I could even tighten it, I think. But the fade will fade the color, not the luminance. And because exposure will be dropping, then auto exposure would be dropping, would then also make that even brighter. So me adding I'm reading that individual pixel's luminance, or not the individual pixel's luminance, but yeah. Okay, I think this will work. And no blurs. Okay, so first of all, I know that I'm going to have green channel now. And my temp data now becomes a vector 2. I have my max luminance, my min luminance. What parameters comes here? I think I should go ahead and include this. Dark time, light time, and time step. So instead of having an adjustment here, I will do this. Yeah, I'll have an uptime, a downtime, and then the time step. And I will compute this separately. At 20. Let's be at 24. 24 to 26. What is that, right? 24 to 28. So then I just have one reserved. Yeah. At 28. Okay. I guess I really need this value. Well, no, this should be constant. This value here, 0.0004, this value controls the curve, the luminance curve, that fades between color vision and night vision. Sorry about that. Drank water wrong. So I'm thinking about why this curve would essentially control the interpolation between so I say uptime and downtime. That's not really what this means. This means this is dark. Yeah, this is dark time and what do I call it? Light time, bright time? Light time. This is dark time and light time. Then I would have a parameter that essentially tells me when are we in dark, when are we in light. It would be this parameter. So I do need this value. Let me move this one up. There. 16, 20, 24. And then this one will be I guess essentially the light curve. When do we go from dark exposure time to light exposure time? Essentially. Basically what this means is I read in my value that I'm going to tend towards, and I get either maybe I kind of did this wrong, because now that I think about it, if I scroll down, if I go here and scroll down here, this time value is based on the target value. So this means if you're in a bright area that suddenly goes very dark, or sorry, if you're in what was my thought? I definitely just had a thought that like kind of broke this. I guess essentially if you're in a bright area and the light turns out, you're going to be going very, very slowly to your target value. Very, very slowly. You're not going to drop down to, you're not going to expose down to like light vision and then start going in dark exposure time. But if you go from light to a little less than light, so if you go from an air, if you, bear with me. So you have 3 doorways, okay? Doorway 1 is super bright, doorway 2 is super dark, and doorway 3 is the edge where it's bright enough that you maintain your bright exposure speed. So you're looking at door 1, you're exposed for this one. Then you look at door 2 or door 3, the just barely bright enough one. You're going to expose very quickly down to that value. Now, if you start on door 1 and you look at door 2, your value is going to go down really, really slow. So you could be like halfway there and look at the bright one, and then suddenly you speed up and you drop down to that one. Is essentially what I'm thinking. What would happen? This is what will happen. The speed of exposure is based on your target value. It should really be the greatest between the highest speed between your should it be this? The highest speed between your previous exposure value and your target exposure value. So if you're exposing down, you're still going to go quickly down because your previous value is going to be bright, so you're still going to go down pretty fast. And then you're going to slow down from there. And then the other way going up, the reason I couldn't just say to use the previous value is if you look at something very bright, you should expose very quickly up to it. So I guess what you would actually use is just the highest value from one or the other. if your target value is lower than your previous value, you use the exposure time of your previous value. If your target value is higher than your previous value, then you use the exposure time of your target value. That's what should happen. That's how that should expose. So essentially that enables a thing where the result of looking at the bright door and the dark door is the same. Your exposure drops very quickly, and then it has to move slowly to get to the darker area. Same result as just as if you looked at the bright hall and the bright enough hall, the dim hall, your exposure would drop very quickly to that value. And then when you look at the middle hall, the dark hall, then it goes slowly. So I would compare, I guess I would just do like a step function, right? I could use step function to flip between the two without an if statement. Okay, yeah, I've got it. I think we got it. My destination, so I'll just call this source. Destination. Previous. And then I'll call this screen. Screen. I'll also do the same thing. I'll change this to read, interpolate. I guess just read and interpolate. Cool, okay. So temp data T is now a vec2. I guess I could just double it and add one. No, I can't do that because this one down here is then kind of weird, right? Yeah, this one would be weird. So I want to keep that one the same. So I'll just make it a vector2 array. So this will be yeah, just vector2, first one, and this one will be this formula, sensitivity, color sensitivity. Oh, I need that one too. That one I definitely need. So my light curve, my min luminance, my max luminance, my color sensitivity. I guess we'll call this like night sensitivity. Actually, since these are all like already pretty close. This one starts at 32. And then I would just have a float reserved here. At like, what is it, 44? Okay. So sensitivity is just going to be that. I'll just multiply it out, I guess. Let me save it here. Yeah, I shouldn't have to deal with. I was thinking about alpha values. I shouldn't have to worry about that. That should not be something I need to worry about. Well, there it is. That'll multiply red by this value. So I'm reading the whole screen. Let me even leave a comment there. Essentially, this means when you have any light source in your vision, it's going to start affecting your target night vision. The reason for that is technically your night vision is in the edges of your eye. So your actual vision, that's where it's strongest. So if you start getting light in your peripheral, it's going to mess with your night vision. But, you know, since I'm doing it over the whole screen, it still means like if, you know, all this side of the screen is still dark, then you're not going to mess with it too much, but it will start to have an effect for lights that are even slightly in your screen, in your field of view. Maybe what I could do is have not do this 2 times O squared thing. Well, S is based on O squared, so I couldn't really do that. I would have to actually divide that. Yeah, I can't. I won't use it. I just won't use it. Only apply auto exposure. Night vision reads full screen, right? Good. We're reading RG. This one has to be a vector 2, so I guess you just say RG is 0. Although, what did I say here? Yeah, I just made it 0. Sure. Okay. This should still stay the same. We're just summing it all up. And then we do an average. This is now no longer a float. This is now a vec2. Just go and delete that line. Maybe just store a vector 4 average, and then I guess I would have to say 0 and 0. Yeah, I'll say average R. Average G. These will now say interpolate and read. Okay. So it's now called previous. Also, this is now called destination. This is now called source. This is now called screen. Screen, source, destination, previous. Screen, source, previous, destination. Good. So just call this rev rg. So then I have then I have a function. I guess that comes from my light curve. So I guess I can do this. They don't have a curve function, do they? Can I call it? They don't have a curve function. Good. Yeah, I guess I only really need this for interpolate, so. Night vision and pull this curve. L and O. So that'll be O. That would be O. Very simple there. So pass in light curve. And then L will be the value. So now I wonder how I should... I guess I just grab the illumination instead, right? Maybe it was kind of wrong to do this sensitivity thing. Oh no, this one reads... Yeah, this one... Yeah. So those are supposed to be different. Those read differently. But I'm going to base the speed that I auto-expose to on the illuminance of the scene. So you can have light on your screen and start losing your night vision, but your exposure may not change very much. Right? And then I feel like I need to have some way that I mean, yeah, I guess light time is how quickly we're exposing in light, and then dark time is how quickly we're exposing for night vision. And just treat it that way. So light time would be, you know, something super quick like 0.2 or something. And then dark time would be something really long like 20. Or even higher. Okay. So then what I do is I have my time. And this is based on target, which would be curve. So I would curve my current value and my target value, and oh wait, night vision is curve, right? Yeah, night vision is curve. Okay, good. So I take a curve of my previous value and my target value. Or rather, I wouldn't do that. I would simply say time would be... Should I do an if statement here? I mean, there's so many if statements in here, it's probably fine. I'll just do it. If my target value is my average, yeah, I would just be reading in... Dude. The fact that these are vector 2s is really messing with me. I'm like losing it a little bit. If my previous value is greater than my average, my current value, yeah. Time would be equal to light time times 1 minus yeah, this would be a curve, right? Okay. Bar, float, curve of previous with yeah, because this curve goes from 0 to 1. 0 when it's bright, 1 when it's dark. Okay? Yeah, let me just do this. I think I can just do this. So I would do a step function, I guess. C would be step of review what step is. For I, 0 is returned if x is less than edge. 1 is returned, so 0 is returned if x is less than edge. Okay, so 0 is returned if x is less than edge. So if average is less than previous, which means previous is greater, so if previous is greater, 1 is returned. If average is greater, no. If x is less than edge, 0 is returned. So, let me write it. 0 is one equals, or does it return? Yeah, it returns 1 average is greater than previous. Okay, I'm just gonna mark that so I know. Then we'll do a curve where I mix between previous and average with C. And then should be light curve. Light curve. Good. So when it's 0, I want to return average. Or sorry, when it's 0, I want to return previous. When it's 1, I want to return average. So now I could condense this in. So I'm only going to get one or the other in there. Okay. Took off the if statement. Awesome. Now time will simply be equal to light time minus m plus would this just not be a mix? Would this not just be mix? This is just mix. With m. Yeah. 0 would be light time, 1 would be dark time, with m. Cool. Silly, silly, silly. So now, average would be average red becomes previous red, right? Then green would be this value, but instead clamped from 0 to 1. Can clamp take generic type D? They say D type. Oh, I do get this. Cool. Okay. So I can actually just say vec2 and 0. So I can keep that still in one go here. And right, this wouldn't be exposure adjust. This now becomes time step. So this now becomes, geez. This whole bit. 1 minus the exponent times step over time. So what does this mean for night vision now? So can I create a vector from... What is this? Can't get vector from here. Okay. Vectors. I would love to know the constructors for vectors. You just put them in a line? I mean, this is really hard to... Am I dumb? Vector constructors. Vector takes you, however, all values can be constructed from a single value. Okay, so I can do a vector 2 and then... Oh, that one's weird. I guess I'll find out. But I can definitely do this at least. Average and then 0, 0. I would say average and then 0. But they actually do say that it's a problem here. Not enough components. Sorry. Oh. So night vision will reach its target. Also, night vision is supposed to be curved, isn't it? Yeah. I take target for night vision is the curved value. So yeah, I will do previous, no. Average G will be equal to curve. Average G and light curve. Okay. And I'm only paying attention to R, which is the full auto exposure, for increasing or decreasing the rate at which I travel to my night vision value. Okay. All right, this all seems good. That seems good. So now my tone map has to take in, essentially my tone map has to do this right stage. So it will take in yeah, really just the color. It really just takes in the color. Sorry, no. This one's changing a little bit. So I still need this curve. I still need this. And it will have to also take in that value. All right. So this has to take in the light curve value. So it knows when to fade between color and night vision color. Then I just have 3 floats here at 20. So the idea here is I multiply by my exposure value. But then I do, essentially I'm going to mix between the current color and a night vision color based on my exposure value. I think it will actually be, no, not the night vision value. The night vision value, okay, so this is going to be the exposure curve, right? This is where I curve it based on that value. So when I hit this point, yeah. So color is essentially going to mix between a night vision color, this monochromatic night vision color, what is this luminance steps thing? Oh, right. So it will be night vision color. This can be packed with that, so that's good. So for now it's 20, that's all the reserved. So now we're capped out. Maybe 20, 24, 20, 24 to 28, then to 32. Okay. Night vision color multiplied by essentially, I guess, how much night vision I have. So this will fade in. So you have auto exposure, and then I would have, I'm gonna make this like set 1, binding 0, binding 1. This is how much night vision I have. I guess you can just do this right away. Oh, these are the same thing. Oh, man. Back to... Back to... Auto value is red. This would be this times auto value is green. Yes, I will blend between night color and the original color with a blend value of curve. And I guess exposure, or sorry, auto values are. Right? And then I would multiply it by exposure. Though I guess perhaps it's probably wrong because, well, if your exposure is really dark, then the stuff over here is going to be really bright. So I guess it's fine if you lose color there. Maybe not. Maybe I could additionally somehow curve this so that night color even blends between no, I couldn't really do that. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I was going to say it could blend, but then I'm back to the same issue where I have individual pixels suddenly flipping to night vision and they're really bright. This should be avoiding that. Because I'm only blending the color and I'm multiplying the whole thing by exposure value. So it's all based on auto exposure, which is a linear thing. The whole screen gets brighter, the whole screen gets darker. When the whole screen gets brighter, I'm going to start swapping over to... I'm essentially going to have this curve that flips over to that. And I guess I could even make it... I could even change the blending more by giving myself essentially the two handles on either side. Maybe what I do is I can take out... Well, I need this curve to know when I'm exposing for dark versus I'm exposing for light. So this is what that controls the speed of exposure. This one could have a separate value which curves this is a curve for color. So perhaps instead of doing that, I would pass in how I did it here, where I have a smooth step and I have essentially the exposure over there, and then I have this. Maybe that's what I should do. So this one doesn't take that curve. This one takes a blend. When do I blend to night vision color? When do I blend to regular color? So then I can control the handles very deliberately on both sides. I mean, yeah, I'm just doing smooth step. It's 0 to 1, so x is the lower value. Or wait. It goes from 0 to 1, edge 0, edge 1. Edge 0, edge 1. So edge 0 is, I would have this other vector. Do I want that? I could just do a light curve, and I could. No, because I think I really do want to control it. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I don't. I'll just leave it as light curve for now. This will take R and then light curve. Did I make sure I always wrote light curve here? Yeah, params light curve, params light curve. I don't even need to really pass that in, do I? Let me pass it in. Let me pass it in because I may change the function, so... So I mix the color, and then I multiply that by the exposure. And of course, the night vision color also depends on how much night vision you have. So if you don't have any night vision, you're not getting that. Oh, this makes it flat. Okay, so then I also have to multiply this by a sensitivity to that color. Okay, so this is where this one comes back in. The night sensitivity. So I guess I have it both ways. Night sensitivity. Okay, so it's a little bit silly, I think. So this packs in with that one, this packs in with that one. Good. Okay. 20. This will start at, yeah, 32. And then this starts at 44. So this one ends at 32, that one starts at 32, then this one ends at, it goes to 36, then to 40, then to 44, and then that's where this last reserve value comes in. Okay. And yeah, if I want, I guess I could have. I could change these floats to be a left and right side of a smooth step function. Okay. So this is going to be v is equal to params night sensitivity okay times that times night luminance. So this gets me the full color. Because otherwise what it was about to be was just like a flat color, so you wouldn't see anything. But now with this extra piece, now I'm converting this color into a luminance value, essentially. Actually, I guess I can expose it first and then run this conversion. Run this. Yeah, I should do that first. So this should come up here. So apply exposure before blending colors. Or blending night vision. That way it appears the correct luminance. That way it has the correct luminance, right? So now I'm reading in the true luminance here, and this one will curve based on the auto values are, but between the current color and the night color. So 0, oh, this is the other way around, actually. This should be night color. Because this side gets it for 0. So we stay in color vision when our night vision is 0. Then we go to night color when our night vision is 1. Cool. Okay. And then I guess, yeah, we do tone mapping on top of that. That's whatever. Okay, so in theory, that's all these modified. I don't need that. And in fact, this can just go back to 0 and 1. And I call it, what, text will fetch auto exposure? Sure, whatever. Exposure is going to be exposure scale over that. Just fine. Okay, I've combined the two. They've both gotten very heavy on the amount of data. Now we're now doing 48 bytes each. Time step, dark time, light curve. Exposure scale, night vision, color, night sensitivity. Okay. And that color is also tone mapped, but I guess it's fine. Yeah. So I guess it would at least look consistent. Okay. I'm actually not going to close that one. I don't need to close that one. Alright, back here. Don't save. Close everything. So now I'm working purely in the scripts here. So night vision will Really all I need to do is move the constants over and then add. So, okay, let me just step through this, what I know I need to do. This one, I know that I need to change these to read and interpolate. There'll still be auto exposure. That stays the same. That stays the same. Setup buffers. These are now going to be R32G32. Sign floats. That's all that changes there. Although I do, yeah, I maintain the color. This is fine. Let me actually say that, what color is gray? This value, sure. So I'll just say this is going to be color, that value, and then this value. Okay. So we only have that on that side. I guess I can actually just make it gray and then say green will be 0. So we keep the exposure values. And then, yeah, I just, oh, this would be assigning every color there. So image data, decode float. This is exposure. This is night vision will be float. Image data, starting at, these are 32 each. So that means I go 4, wait, 8, yeah, 4. Byte offset. 32-bit is 4 bytes. 32 divided by 8 is 4. Yes. So yeah, I guess I could just say clear color red is that one. Then clear color green is that one. Cool. I'm assuming that's how these are laid out. I'm guessing. Would make sense to me. They just have red, green, blue in a line. Okay, so that's all good. Now, push constants gets a bit complicated, so there's going to be 48. And I'm totally losing a lot. So now I have, at 16, I'm doing time step. Max exposure, min exposure. Is that correct? Max, size XY, max min. Size XY, max min. And then time step. Right, I'm not doing exposure speed anymore, which kind of sucks. But oh well. Cancel. Don't do that. I don't know what you're trying to do, but don't do that. Yeah. So that goes away now. So now time step at 16. And at 20, I have a dark time and a light time. I guess I could actually pull in the light time here. Would be equal to this one. I guess that's fine. Auto exposure. Adjust speed. Right, a higher value takes longer, right? Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is do I need to invert this? Does this need to be an inverse? The way I think I had it is that I'll leave it. I'll find out if I need to invert it or not. If it's really slow to expose up, then I'll know. So that just gets light time. '24 gets dark time, which dark time will come from an export value here. The first export value, I guess. Zero, sure, 2, 4. Or greater. This will just be equal to 2, I guess. So okay, dark time. And then I have, oh, I do dark time and then light time. Okay. '20 and '24. Dark time, and then light curve. What am I at right now? I think I have like 4 zeros and a 4. Is that what I wrote? Three zeros and a 4. So 3 zeros. Guessing that another one. Max. I guess 1. And then I want step value to be this. Yeah, or less, I guess. Maybe I would multiply it by, not even know. I'll just leave it like this. 3 zeros and a 4. And then this will be amount of, or I guess I would say relative, because a lower value, yeah, I guess I would just say relative darkness at exposure level 1. Lower value shift and lower value shift definition of darkness, lower illumination values. Okay. So we got light curve at 28. And then night sensitivity. Okay. I guess I should just make this a color. And the default will be some value here. I don't think it's written there. Yeah, it's not. It is somewhere here. Night vision has night sensitivity. Cool. That's the color I'm looking for. And then I guess I'll copy this value. Soon we left, night vision is mostly insensitive to red light. And yeah, I think once I get more into testing, I'll have to drop that to an even smaller value. Because even though the chart says that your scotopic vision is sensitive to this, I was noticing that even red was still pulling away my night vision quite dramatically. So right, so night sensitivity, so I have to push let me start putting breaks in between these. Size, exposure values, and then response time. Yeah, I think I'm starting at 32. RGB for that. $32, $36, $40. And then I would get one more byte out of this. One more value. I guess that's reserved, so I don't need that. Cool. And this is... Let me call this night vision sensitivity instead. Did they let me rename a variable easily? Not really. Actually, let me see. Do they? If I hit F2? No. And dog is barking. I will be back in a moment. Never turn off my microphone. I'm back. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Sense it. You know what? I just want to check that word. I feel like I may be misspelling that. Sensitivity. Okay, cool. Alright. Not spelling it wrong. And nothing else about this changes at all. Nothing else changes. It is still doing the same thing where it's just iterating on its whatever, and then at the very end it assigns the exposure texture here. So no new textures, just the same texture got twice as big. Right? Okay. Now, tone map needs to be modified to support this. In fact, I think all tone map has to do tone map's even easier than that. All I'm doing is I'm adding push constants. I'm not changing anything here. Because it still gets the same exact image from this exposure texture. Yeah. All I'm doing here is I'm adding these values, which is light curve, night vision, color, and then night sensitivity. Okay. Takes exposure scale into 12. And then from there, I'm adding stuff. So this goes up to, this actually goes up to 48, doesn't it? Dang, it does. Yeah, because I'm adding 2 vectors. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. My plus exposure, and then here I have night vision. So starting at 16, I believe, I have my light curve. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not really there. This will be light curve, the exact same thing that I wrote here. Same value. And it may be a good idea to have auto exposure set some value. I don't know. I'll leave them separate. I'll just leave them separate. So light curve goes there. Okay, and then starting at 20 and then 32, I have these values. So this one comes out here too. Night vision sensitivity response. This is essentially a luminance function to convert RGB to the night vision, to the monochromatic night vision color. Okay, that's what that's for. And then I just have night vision color. Which will be this one. Color. Color shown during night vision exposure. Can use values over 1 for a glow effect. Yeah, just can use values over 1. And then alpha multiplies the color. Okay. Image sensitivity red. Should be G there and B here. 24, 28. Well, I won't really do that. I'll just write it right underneath it. Starts at 32, night vision color. Red times, yeah, the color alpha. (32) to 36 to 40. That extends over to 44, and then I have the one extra value there. Cool. And that's all that changes there. I just have more constants. Okay, so in theory, I can open up world and make sure that these values are set, first of all. Am I getting errors right now? No. Well, I got errors, but I don't care about the errors. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure my values are in. Cool, those are good defaults. That's the right default. And the night vision effect, I'm just gonna delete that. I'm not using that anymore. Cool, okay. Can I display a slider as a logarithmically? I don't need to worry about that. I literally don't need to worry about that. Can I do it to like a power? Let me change night curve to, instead of being this, it'll be like a negative value. So this would be, what is that, 1 or 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, what's the log of this value? Desmos. What's the log of that value? The log 10 of this value. Negative 3.39. So if I do 10 to the power of negative 3.39794. Okay, so I will do this as a logarithm scale, where I can plug in this kind of number, so I get nice stuff. Yeah. Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, so I'm gonna do this as a log scale. I guess negative 10 is about the smallest you can go on either side. So I'll just do that, and then you get really tuned in there. This value was what? Is that value? Sorry, give me the log of 339,794. Or I guess just, yeah, 339,794. Relative darkness exposure level. So yeah. This is luminance computed as 10 to the power of x. Darkness and luminance computed as that. Okay, so when I pass in light curve, I kind of would like to avoid raising this to a fractional power every single frame. I would like to avoid doing that. It would be nice to cache this value. So I guess let me just do that. Put a set here. Just do set equal to right. And then power function 10 to light curve. And now I just make this a value. And then here I will simply call set light curve, light curve. I guess I wouldn't do that. I'll leave it to be ready, because I think ready is when this gets set. Right? No, this is initialized. When does this get loaded? Doesn't that get loaded as a ready step? What about for resources? Is it initialized with that value? I don't know how else to check this, so I mean, is it a big deal? Is it a big deal? Whatever. I'll just compute it every time. That can be an optimization for the future. Or 10 of light curve. Okay. So I don't get like a crazy value to modify. Same thing here. In fact, exactly the same. Everything, I think. Yeah. Assign it will be power 10 to that value. There we go. So now it's not an insane thing to look at. I'm not looking at like 0.004. Instead, I'm looking at these values. Yeah? Better value. Okay. Definitely a better slider. Dark time 2. I guess leave it at 2. It's fine. All right. Save everything, and I'm going to reload. And hopefully no crash. $400 errors. That's a few too many. Assign. Line 84. What shader is this? That would be my auto exposure shader. Line 84. I have a bad assignment. '84. Well, I mean, okay, whatever. I thought I could be clever. I guess not. Can I reload? Save. Okay, I think I can just do this now. I could say re-import that and then do scene reload. Okay. Line 87. Or 76. I have an assignment, a bad assignment. Okay. What? Oh, here? Something vec2. I was doing vec2 red. T times equals that. What does it say? Missing end if, apparently. Cannot convert from 3-component vector of float to float. 3-component vector of float. This is a 3-component vector of float. This. No, that doesn't make sense to me. Because this one works. Why does this one not work? I set S up there. Wow, I'm dumb. Call that N. I was like, it can only be possible if S was a vector, and yes, indeed, S was a vector. Yeah, unfortunately I don't get reports about warnings of poorly named variables there. Do it again. Pipeline requires 64 bytes, but I supplied 48. What did I do? Which one requires 64? None of these require 64. So that means I've done some math wrong. I think Vec3 can pack with a float at the end, but maybe not a float at the start. Yeah, that's actually true. That's actually exactly true. Vector 3 does have to start at the start. It has to be on a 16 byte or an 8 byte offset. Or sorry, a 16 byte offset, but it can have a float after it. So yeah, that's the issue there. So since there's a 16, so I go to 24, or 20 is the end, then 24 is the end, then 28 is the end. Okay. So, and then I'll check auto exposure again after that too. So light curve can actually come down here at 28. So we get 2016. In fact, let me even just write it 28, and this will be 16, 20, 24. Just so these are still organized. Okay. And now I will check auto exposure. Vector 3 can pack with a float at the end, but it has to start at... Yep. Okay, so that one's already good. And then yeah, this, it can have it at the end, but not at the start. Okay. All right. So it's back to looking like it used to. And all this stuff is on. And I will see what happens when I walk into here, I guess. There would be a point where it just gets too dark as well. But I guess that's good. It's fine. Okay. I can already see it fading the color out. Yeah, it got really desaturated when I got over here. What is this? Okay, well, I guess there's no better time to test it than to set my exposure level lower. Just maybe like -10. And let the sun set and see what happens. I feel like I saw it getting a bit desaturated which is exactly what I would want to see. So I'm just gonna see what happens. I guess I'll go and look at the ground and see what happens there. Ooh. Quite strangely bright. It's definitely getting desaturated and turning like monochrome. Wow, there it is. That's night vision right there. That's the color I set. So how will it deal with that super blue? How will it deal with, wow, I'm already at night vision right now. Really? I'm definitely exposed a bit. Overexposed a little bit. Everything's definitely turned that night vision color right away, but I feel like I can still, I mean, I definitely can still see color. I can already see moonlight. And there's no lines anymore, right? Will I be able to see the ground out here? Maybe not. Maybe I still have further to go. That. This is already way better. This is way, way better. That's definitely at a point where I just like tune some parameters and I've got it. So let me say, I think I'm going to bring this down a little bit. I think what I want to do is, I guess maybe bring this up, actually. Maybe I'll bring this up to like 3. And then, so this is the point when we start exposing for nighttime, and I'll even bring this up like 10. It's when I start exposing for nighttime, and then this I will drop to -11. And this is where the color comes in. So this one I think I want to go even lower than that, where it changes from color to night vision. What's this black square I have in the top corner now? What is that? What? I'm like rendering my night vision color up there or something. Am I? What is that? I just have a dark square in the top. I don't know what that's about. So I'm just gonna ignore it. Yeah, it's not here. Alright. Back to this. Let me jump in here. What colors we got? We got color. We just go in with color here. I mean, yeah, this is some color, all right. Seeing some color. Oh, I kind of forgot I have this right here that I can use for color. to see colors. I should probably move that away from the spotlight. I guess I could just put a second one in there. Yeah, I'm just gonna like look, I guess, this way, and let the night vision stuff happen. So the color should take longer, but the darkness exposure time is higher. So when it gets dark, it takes longer to expose down to that. So we're kind of there, maybe a little bit. Maybe it should be sensitive to the middle of the screen, I don't know. The thing that I'm mostly worried about is the sky does seem to be way too bright. I'm really not sure why it's so bright. Like it shouldn't be. And yeah, I'm struggling to expose to that. But I want to be able to see out here. Like, fully see out here. It's getting very dark now. And I still can't see out here, so I guess I need to go lower on the auto exposure. Let me just jump to like 16 and then I can bring it up from there, I think, if I think it's too bright. And there's definitely this weird period of time where it's still quite, the sky is still very bright, but I'm exposing down past that. So maybe the exposure value needs to be even higher for when we consider something to be dark. So yeah, everything's still pretty, you know, I can still see well out here. No issues, no colors, no weird colors, right? Starting to see the street lights. And then there's gonna be a point where it starts to get really dark really fast. Yeah, so there it is. It got really dark really fast. I can't see like anything, or I can't see the dirt for sure. The ground maybe I can kind of see. Yeah, so I'm gonna set this to probably more like 30. And bring this up even higher. Like negative 2.3 perhaps. Because I definitely want there to be a period of time after the sun goes down that you can't see anything for a while. That may just be tuning the skybox a little bit more. Because I still have to consider how, you know, if I turn on my light and then turn it off, right? Like, how fast does that kill my night vision? How long do I have to wait to get my night vision back? As well. Maybe night vision takes a long time to come in, but then the ramp out is not very fast. So you can like have your night vision saved for a while. But you still have to wait for the exposure to bring it down. So yeah, I guess that's probably what that should be, right? Night vision always moves at this really slow value. So you lose it slowly, you get it slowly. But the exposure, yeah, it hits a point where the exposure can't keep up with how dark it's getting. Okay. See, this looks pretty good. And I still got color here. Kind of just like looking over there to see. Keep that in my peripheral a little bit. Yeah, I can't see anything right now. Right. I'm definitely in. Okay, I'm starting to see it now, I think. I'm starting to see that get a little bluer. Desaturate. Yeah, definitely seeing desaturation happen. What is that? Why is the ground like moving here? Oh, I was moving. I was like moving very slowly. Yeah, night vision is definitely coming in. I want to see a point where the whole world like suddenly lights up. Like suddenly I can see outside as if it was daylight, because you know that's a pretty bright moon in the darkness. The moon is quite bright. So I'm very desaturated now. That was very bluegrass. I'm looking at my other screen to see if it starts picking up. It's trying to get a sun shining in my eyes. That is a very bright line. Alright, so I've been sitting in darkness for a while. I feel like night vision should have picked up for me. Yeah, it looks like I'm in full night vision right now. Oh, hang on. I can see the ground beneath me. Kind of clearly. Is the world gonna light up? Wow, it's getting there. I think it's actually already clear on the stream. Wow, awesome. I can literally just suddenly see outside. This is perfect. That's cool. How bright is that over there? That's pretty bright. Does this kill my night vision? Not really. I actually just have like super vision now. My night vision is hardly affected. I am definitely killing it, but I like that it's not so fast. Yeah, it's not very fast. Awesome. I really like that. I'll try to get it back fully here. Alright, that's pretty good. Yeah. Wow. Alright. I really like this. I would call this a huge success. This is really good. What was when I walk over here and check out this area? Yeah, it's not quite so fast to come back to color. But I have to manage that with, yeah. It's not quite coming back to color as fast as I would like it to be. So I think what I should do is, oh, hang on, am I bringing color back? Yeah, and I've, yeah, totally lost night vision now. Right. I mean, not totally. I can still see very far because my exposure is quite low now. Can I see inside? Oh wow, he is really visible over there with the light. Cool. All right. I like that. I really, really, really like that. That's really good. That is very close to what I want. So I am sending all of it. Except for eye night vision. That one needs to be deleted. So night vision GLSO, bye-bye. And then night vision, goodbye. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm going to add, can I add like everything? I guess I need to take out, you know what, sure, I'll leave that. That's like my thoughts, although I can take that one out, the noon and moon luminance things. Take that out. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'll leave that just for future stuff. The camera shoots physical auto exposure speed. Oh, that's set to 2 now? Should that be 0.25? Because this is supposed to be... Oh, 2 is really fast. Never mind. Yeah, 2 is really fast. Or is it? No, this value is inverted, actually. Yeah, that value is inverted. So this is probably why it's not going up quite as fast as I was expecting it to go up when I was looking at bright spots, because this value should be inverted. 1.0 over light time. I guess I'd actually do that there, so it's clear. Okay, let me try this, and I'll just set it straight to night. And look at that. Run. Yeah, this is great. This is what I want. The very dim lights take a long time for you to focus into, although it's probably... I probably need to tune that. The darkness point should probably be a little bit lower then. Yeah, so I can say that right away. The darkness point should be lower. So auto exposure, light curve. This should be lower a bit. Yeah, I guess I can just keep running this one until those lights kind of come into focus at about the speed that I would like them to. Okay. Maybe a little bit lower. What's the default? There. Can I expose myself out? Not really. I'll just keep rerunning it. let me go. A little bit lower. Keep going lower, lower, lower. Yeah, I'm kind of looking for when this patch appears on the ground. I kind of want that to appear pretty fast. So maybe I just have to actually just keep going lower and lower. Okay, faster still. Quite a lot faster actually now. I gotta close that window behind me because it's making me very dark. I mean, sure. It's fine, I guess. Alright, I'll be right back. Just gonna close my window. All right. Now, now I think I want to bring this down a bit, and I should just be able to move this. Cool. Yeah. Smooth that curve. So now the lights are lights here, and then this. I should not be getting night vision, as I look over here. Very, very slowly. It is very slow. Might be too slow. Might be too slow. Here we go. I can see a little bit of the ground in front of me. And then soon enough, everything will suddenly light up. I'll suddenly realize, wow, I can see the whole world. There it goes. It's lighting up. Awesome. Very cool. I can suddenly see everything. That is so cool. I especially like that because that's pretty much how it looks, you know, in reality. When you're stepping outside, you're kind of waiting around. You're like, oh, I can see the ground in front of me now. And then eventually you can really spy out the rest of the world. So this might be too bright. So I may need to... Yeah, this is still getting brighter. And the color kind of matches up already, which is weird because I still have the color being white. Why does it look blue? Yeah, this is definitely way too bright. Stuff way over there looks crazy. Alright, but that's simple. Now I can just change my minimum exposure value at this point until I get this to a level. Weirdly, it doesn't look any different after pausing. It doesn't really get brighter. I guess it does get brighter. Okay, so it's 14 about right. damage my color, my night vision. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I need to leave it dark so I can see the night. Did I go too far, or is that correct? Yeah, like I can't see out there anymore, which I guess is fine. Let's try negative 13. Alright, that's not enough now. It's definitely not enough. Let's go negative like 13.5. That's good enough, I think. Maybe. Like negative 13.8. Okay. I think I'm good with that. Let's walk over here to the light. How quickly does color come in? Color! This is so bright. Yeah, that exposure up speed is not fast enough. It should definitely be faster. I can change that. I can make the speed 4. Dark. Bring in the night vision. Night vision? It's coming in, but it's not like enough. Is it? Maybe I just struggle to see. You know, it's still getting there slowly. All right, that's pretty good. Pretty good night vision. I'm getting blinded. Alright, pretty good night vision. Now I'm going to whip around. I'm going to jump back to this and look at the light. So over here. Yeah, that's not enough, is it? I definitely can't see anything else anymore. That's for sure. So for here, I mean, I've totally lost my night vision, right? Do I just need to make it this lower? This even lower than it is? Like to 5? I'll stand here. This should allow me to expose down and see that change color. Ooh, not too much. Not too much. I mean, night vision does care pretty strongly about... Am I able to see color here? I feel like I can see color. I mean, kind of. I mean, I guess it's fine. This is, you know, green. Which reflects the color that I am sensitive to. The road is red, though. Like a dark red. Why is it so bright over there? I don't have lights over there. Why is it so bright over there? Do I have lights? No, I definitely don't. Alright, but that's definitely night vision colors right there. Walk back over here without removing too much of my night vision and then look at the lights. Boom, light. I mean, I guess that's fine, right? Definitely back to color, you know? Definitely back to color. You. Yeah, it looks very cool. Can I see in here with my vision? I feel like I should be able to. A little bit. Maybe? Maybe a little bit. Would I be able to see him? I should be able to see him with the night vision. Just blind myself temporarily, just so I know where he is. I feel like I can't really tell. I mean, I guess I am exposing for, you know, the moonlight out there. But actually, I can't see anything out there now. The moon's about to set. The moon's really close to the horizon. This is super cool, though. I really like this. You can actually see the moonlight. Alright, well, I don't think I'm going to be able to see much of anything out there now. That's cool. Bye-bye, moon. Why is there still light out there? Whoa. Is it the sun coming up? I guess that would be. Yeah, the sky banding is pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Damn, that is really bad. Is this because of night vision? Or is that just the exposure being that low? I mean the night vision color. Yeah, the sky's getting ridiculously bright right now. Yeah, why is this like really hard to expose to? I mean, I guess that's fine, but yeah, for like the first few minutes, the sky looks awful. That's probably just something I could figure out. I probably need to run some extra stuff for the sky to fix that. Yeah, this is like crazy how bright it is. I guess I've never like waited for the sun to come up while I have night vision. But this looks pretty good. I like how this looks right now. I feel like this is pretty accurate. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I don't have any complaints. I can't think of any. I don't have any complaints. Although, perhaps I need to have a better mix with... Oh, I missed the red sun. Perhaps I need to have a better mix with night vision to color. Maybe there is where I have to do like that very sharp thing. I can't just do like a light curve like I was doing for, you know, when am I exposing for dark? When am I exposing for light? I probably need to have a really tight transition for that. So, but I can figure that out later. This is a great start. This is definitely, I would say, like 90% there. That's 90% done. You are really blue. Can I get night vision in here? I mean, kind of. Well, not really, because everything up there is still good color. Okay, sweet, awesome, no complaints. My only complaints are absolutely solvable stuff. So this black square is still really strange. All right, this probably needs to be a bit higher though, and that needs to be like a tighter curve because currently it's not. It's not. This looks good. Although, yeah, I mean that's probably fine. Maybe it's a little too slow. I don't know. 25. I feel like it is a little too slow. Like for gameplay kind of thing, it's a little slow. But very nice. I'm gonna reload and hopefully get rid of that black square. It's kind of scary. That's like a random... Something is weird there. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. My dark does need to be a lot lower, doesn't it? Because that's why it's taking so long to ramp up to this one, because this one counts as dark. For the auto exposure. That one counts as dark. Did these actually not save? Wow, that's awful. Those actually just didn't save. I set those values and they straight up didn't save. Alright, but I know that that one shouldn't have been like 5. 5 was too far. This one definitely got to be lower than that. And then dark time like 25. I'll hit save. I'll even hit save here because for some reason that one doesn't like to save. I don't know why. Yeah, that should be counting as like bright time. So that should be really fast. And it was kind of fast, but not fast enough, I think. I'll just let this run and expose for that. Also, I bet that these settings didn't... The settings did set. Good. Yeah, I feel like it's not quite fast enough still. Now this one feels like I might have gone too far, because this one feels like it's exposing kind of fast. So now I might have gone too far. Maybe like 100. So that it's definitely like really, it should be like very obviously super slow. Yeah, so I've got it too high now. And that's like a little too slow. Yeah, now this is there. Here. All right, cool. Leave that about there. Yeah, I gotta figure something out for like night vision at night. The sky intensity I feel like doesn't quite match the time of day. It's probably like too low. It's probably that it's too low right now, but I can't mess with that. Out of scope for this commit. Also, the black square has returned. I don't know why that happened. I don't know how that happened. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand how that's happening. How is that happening? How am I just writing? Because I feel like even if I turn something off. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that this is actually just way too low. I've set this way too low. 700. This should actually be like 2000. That is definitely too low. Yeah, I'm crazy for putting that 700, I think. I don't know if that was right. Whatever. Um, I can figure all that out later. I just gotta make sure these have saved. Go and add that. Um, yeah, it should be like 0.25, and then over that would be 4. Because currently I'm doing, if I'm doing 1 over 4, that means I get 0.25. Higher numbers are slower. 0.25 would be slow. That would come out to be 4 then. Okay, so I need to change that back to like 0.25 then. That's what that's supposed to be at. Okay, so I changed the minimum exposure. This blur has added dark time is 100. Let me set that to 25. That's closer to the, I think, the final value that I'll really have it at. 25, good. enabled false. Should be enabled. Where is... There it is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get into that. Well, I guess the sky intensity would technically be lower right now. So there's that. It'll probably be like 10,000 right now. Yeah. So it just looks bad because I can't actually update it in editor. Which that's definitely a bug I gotta go figure out. I gotta find some way to manage that. What is that? Oh yeah, that became the blur effect. Blur global. Initial time, I'll change those back to 757 and 20. And I'll leave that at 700 because I shouldn't be committing that. I shouldn't be committing a change to this. Leave it at 700. 757. Back to 20 there. Okay, I can add environment, physical, the environment compositor. I guess the project. Yeah, I'll add that. Because I kind of have a mess with removing the night vision one, and I replaced it with this one. Okay. All right. So, wait. Let me look here again. Yeah, okay. Auto exposure. So yeah, we modified this to work with those values. Cool light time is 1 over that value. Added more stuff. Oh, wait. Did I add? Yeah, I'm adding time step. Yeah, there it is. Time step. Deleted that. And then modified this to support it. Which was, yeah, just literally adding constants and that's it. Then I modified these to have all the new stuff. Awesome. Deleted that. Deleted that. Modified to let me look at this. It looks really good right now, but I guess I should look at this and make sure this is still like sane. Yes, we expose it. We apply the exposure. Do the texel fetch. And then we get our night sensitivity. and compute a night luminance from the color. And then I would blend in yeah. Then I'll do this curve, this on the light curve. Wow. Night vision color multiplied by auto values G, which is how much night vision we have, multiplied by night luminance. So that gets our full color, just the pure color. And then we slowly blend between. Oh. No, that's right. Yeah, I was going to say, this actually, I was thinking for a second, this means that if we don't have night vision power, we would still be seeing color in the dark, but we won't. No. And these should probably really match each other. Those values should probably really be the same. Okay. So I can just add everything now. Yep. Review this one more time. Nothing crazy that I'm about to commit. I'm so happy with this. I'm actually so happy. This was really hard to figure out. Maybe I'm slow, but this is like a perfect result. This is really good. And then I added the blur, which is cool. That's cool to have. I guess that opens the door to me applying a blur when you're in night vision, which would make sense. Probably, yeah, I should probably, if I do add it, which that's gonna be a future thing, maybe I'll make that a angry to do, an angry thing to do when I'm angry. Where's is this? Am I getting? No, okay. Well, the lights are starting to come in again, and I want to make sure I'm not about to get blinded. I think we're good. Although it is getting pretty bright. Yeah. Make this a to-do. The black square is back again. I don't know why. That's really strange. That's really strange to me. I feel like every time I add something new, the engine slowly gets more unstable. Just random things start happening. All right. So apply that during night vision. And then depth based. Further equals more blurry. Should be active based on exposure value. And then use, what is it? Use pause multiplier. That's depth. Cheap. Cool. All right, that's in there. we go. I'll literally call it finish. Finish night vision system. Add blur effect. Okay. Night vision system. Night vision system combined with auto exposure and tone map effects. Now blends color based on night vision power. And exposure speed changes based on light, dark. Light or dark. Then added this blur effect can be put into any blur effect pipeline with the global class used as an a solo effect, or just use solo, Very, 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 very awesome. I really like it. Super duper happy. Okay, night vision donezo. Okay, so what should I do? Should I just end the stream here? Because that's done. I could sit down and tweak it a bit, I guess. Maybe I'll go ahead and put in, well, let me do a little bit of tweaking. Just a little bit. That black square is crazy. I don't understand why that's there. So, maybe I will copy these to be about the same. Maybe like split the difference, like this and this. Leave it at 25. I will go ahead and maybe bring that down. Maybe this should drop faster. It's like 2. I'll make that 2 so it drops off a little bit faster. Can't see anything. Alright, there we go. There's exposure coming in at its speed that it likes. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna sit, kind of just sit here. See how the night goes. It is very bright. I think it's definitely too bright. So that's also more just the exposure level. It's a bit of a balancing act, I think. Maybe I should actually bring this up to like 0.5. Relaunch. Maybe it should be higher. I feel like this definitely doesn't expose correctly at the speed I'm looking for there. Sure, this is probably going to be a little bit better. Because what I'm really looking for is to get the, yeah, this is okay. This is like ambient light. So this curve should more closely match how bright the sky really is. So I'm just going to sit here and watch. I don't need this to be open. Just going to hang out. Just look at the house. Look at this guy, stand in the spotlight. As I might do. Yeah, this definitely feels a bit better, right? The illumination outside is more matching of the sky. The thing I have to just look out for is, which is why it feels really counterintuitive. I'm like, oh, I need the sky to get darker, so I crank the value down more. But the sky looks bright because of the exposure level. And the exposure level drops because the sky is dark. So really what I need to do is I need to crank up the sky intensity curve. Or make it a more... make it a slower change. What was that? I just saw. What the hell? I'm seeing bright, really bright pixels appear. That's weird. Okay. So it's definitely getting dark out. So I guess I'll stand over here. Yeah, that... I'm already losing color vision at this point. So perhaps what I would do then is I need this... it's kind of... So would I drop this lower then? Should I drop this lower? This is definitely looked a bit better. I feel like the sky is not ridiculously bright. Although these values now definitely, these gotta be lower. They gotta be lower. Okay. I guess I should really look at the color here. Try to get the color back. Was that another bright pixel? It was, definitely was. Yeah, so one of the fortunate things about this night vision effect, which it has to be based upon exposure levels, definitely, I think this entire curve function needs to be modified. It's not, it's getting too low. And again, the sky kind of isn't matching right now. So let me bring this curve up further. And it should brighten up a bit. Yeah, there it goes. I mean, yeah, I guess I would just kind of look at, what is that light coming from? That is the moon. Okay. By light, I meant shadow. The shadow looked really strange. Yeah, I'm getting some bad Definitely some bad artifacts happening. So I'm thinking at this point I may actually have to get into the sky shader and make it so when the sun is below the horizon, we kill light pretty fast. Like, you know, square it essentially. When I'm below the horizon, we gotta cut the light out really fast. Because this is definitely just too much illumination to be lingering, and it looks bad. It gets to a point where it's such a small value that I expose so highly for it that, yeah. I don't know. I have to really figure that out. That'll actually be a really tough thing to figure out. This is good though. I like this. This is pretty cool. There's also a thing just about how the intensity matches. Now that I have it blending as a color, I guess I could further multiply it by, let me try. In the tone map, this value here, I could take this and add the intensity or add the luminance of the pixel itself. That might just bring back the whole problem though. It could bring back the whole problem where I have where I suddenly have night vision appearing on like dark pixels. Maybe not though, because I'm just changing the starting point of the curve. All right, let me do this. So this one is actually done. I just need to close that. There we go. So this one I will take this plus luminance. So you can essentially think about this is pulling it lower and this is bringing it back up, right? So let's see if that does anything crazy or just totally breaks it. And I should actually just be able to reload a reload scene. Or re-import it and then reload scene. I feel like I instantly saw some problems, but maybe that was just crazy. Wait a second, maybe this actually kind of fixed the whole issue in the first place. Still waiting for auto exposure to bring in. Auto exposure? Auto exposure? Why is tone map off? Literally why? Why was it off? Okay, that's very silly. Actually, why was it off? Dude, this is making me so mad every time I do this, because I definitely had this, like, at some value here. I don't know, maybe that was a value. I guess I can literally look. No, I can't because I already sent it. Because for some reason saving doesn't save this. This one I have to manually save. Otherwise it like caches it or something weird. I don't know. So did that really mess with it that much? That like got rid of auto exposure. Yeah, now I can't expose at all. Strange. Really, really strange. Shader is null. Can I create shader from errored bytecode? Okay, how did I make a mistake? I have a comma. Jeez. Who lets me write code? Who lets me ever write code? All right. Reload scene. Bam, exposure happens. Awesome. Black square is not going away. It is staying around. It is staying. All right, cool. Auto exposure happening. Awesome. Auto exposure. Nice. Very slow though. Quite slow. But it's here. We have color now. My flashlight has color. And I'm just going to basically sit over here and watch. See what happens. So I don't like this. I still have the really bright blue sky because I'm essentially overexposing it. I think that's gotta be something with a sky shader. I gotta figure something out with a sky shader to fix that. But I think it's probably about, maybe not. Yeah, this is what it should look like, right? There's definitely just an issue with the sky brightness being too high. It needs to like really tone down quite substantially. Either that or I'm still just reading like, oh, maybe this curve just needs to be even lower, right? Like, I'll do that. I'll say 010 or 05. 010. 05 on that curve. On the intensity of the sky. I also happen to know that I have a really bad calculation for it. It's probably really inaccurate. Yeah, I mean, it just gets... This just gets too crazy. The sky is so bright. And now I have an issue with the moon being overexposed like crazy. And I mean, there's also the thing that I could just do, you know, I can make this like 5 and set the minimum to like 100. And now maybe it's finally a better value. I don't know, let's see that. Maybe I'll run with this. 5 and then a very low value. I'll make sure I hit save like 20 times, so it really saves it for sure. Because I keep getting burned while I hit like reload project and it just like deletes a whole bunch of stuff I wrote. Like it reverts it suddenly. Maybe this is better. I don't know. The moon's still pretty bright right now. Yeah, I mean, I can already see the shadow of the moon very clearly on this building. So, I mean, that's just like... That's gotta be wrong. Maybe I need to make the moonlight less bright. Because I think the theory is that, you know, the intensity of the moon is actually really, really low. Yeah, I mean, either I make it get dark really, really fast, or I don't know. Like this has got to be, this has got to be lower. I mean, this is like doing nothing. Why is it so bright over here? It is so bright here. Yeah. I mean, I guess it is like 7 o'clock, you know? It is 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. This one's really hard to get right. I think it should just be linear. Maybe this should just be lower. And then we start getting darker earlier. Oh my god, so bright. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely bad. I do like, though, that I'm able to still scoop it on the moon and get a good color out of it. Maybe I actually just have, like, my exposure value is just too low. Maybe that's it. Maybe 13 is just too far. Yeah, I don't know. That moon is so bright. Also, my flashlight's really, really bright too. And that's kind of crazy looking. That probably just means my flashlight shines too far. Like, it looks fine here until maybe I just need to make it so the exposure doesn't do it on the sky. I actually need to, because I want to be able to look at the moon and do that. I really want to be able to do that. So exposure has to affect the sky. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do. Yeah, because I'd have to wait a while before I get night vision. Because the sky has taken up so much of that. I'm getting it now a little bit. I can see the grass. My gun should start turning like dark. Like a dark gray. Something's not quite right. Because now the exposure can't get me enough for and yeah, now I'm on like linear and 50. Because now the exposure can't bring me far enough to see. And I can see color right now, which doesn't seem right. Yeah, what happened? This feels like very different suddenly. Like I don't have the same stuff going on. Is it the gun messing with my night vision? Yeah, what's going on? I feel like I don't have that bright blue night vision anymore. Even though all my values should be the same. Yeah, what's different right now? The moonlight is darker. The sky intensity minimum is darker. And then I guess I have this. I still add in the luminance of the pixel to bring out the value. Is that really all that it took to do that? Let me make the moon a little bit brighter, I guess. Oh yeah, I can't do that. Right. Or I can. I'll just bring up the curve, actually. I should just be able to slide up the curve until it turns blue. And now it's... Yeah, that's not very good. Okay, so I can't really... Yeah, I can't do that. Alright, well, I mean, I tried something. It failed. We'll be back in 1 second. Dog's barking. I'm back. Yeah, that was bad timing with the dog, because I was literally about to start doing my outro ending thing. So, yeah. Thank you for watching, chatting. Really appreciate it. This was a struggle for me, and I pretty much got through it. I gotta just be at like tweaking stage, you know, setting parameters. When do I want darkness to be? When do I want lightness to be? How fast does that exposure happen? I gotta do something about the sky. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. I think it's just too bright. It's like this weird combination where the ambient light is really dark, but the brightness of the sky is really bright. There's something there. I'm not sure what it is, but there's something there. Probably, I could do this. I could just set this to be like 30,000 so it never gets darker. I don't know. I'm trying to end it, but I just want to see. So the sky will never get darker. It's going to stay at one value the whole time. The reason I added that in the first place was essentially to try and get the moon to match the brightness of the night sky, I suppose. So yeah, I'm just going to sit here, kind of watch it a bit. I don't want to pick up a gun because I feel like it's messing with the exposure too much. Or at least night vision, perhaps. May as well go full screen. Is this updating live? Is this a live update? I really can't tell. Is anything changing? Maybe it is. But yeah, I mean this is already ridiculous, actually. This is already completely ridiculous. Something is wrong. Something is wrong here. I'll go and pick up the gun. Yeah. No, maybe this is fine. Maybe the real problem the whole time has just been that I have the moon too bright. And I should just reduce the brightness of the moon. Because maybe this is actually fine. I mean, seven? Sure. I could be okay with this being a 7. Could be. I mean, I guess if this is always at its max brightness, then that could fix the banding effect that happens. And it won't actually get dark until, you know, the sky says it's time to get dark. I mean, if I look at the real time, I should probably like actually watch it one night and like take pictures. Really get into my mind how dark the sky actually gets at night. Because, I mean, the sky is really bright right now for me. It's about to be 7 o'clock in real life. But this is also technically like a month later in the year. It's a higher latitude. Honestly, what I may have to do is to revisit the sky conditions, the conditions of the sky, and actually set it so that there's like more atmosphere turbidity, I guess. A higher turbidity. Because it may just be that this is just too clear. You know? The sky is just too clear, so you can see it stays bright way too long. Okay, now it's kind of starting to get like suddenly dark, right? Although, yeah. I think what I really need is I probably also need to try to bump up the uh the the bit depth of the sky texture. I could go to actually no I can't. I don't think you get 64. I don't think you can sample 64. You only get 32-bit. I could probably apply some kind of transformation. Some kind of like, I don't know, whatever it is, like some kind of inverse gamma, so I get more information of dark colors than I do light colors. Because this is definitely just me lacking the dark colors in the texture. I definitely have colors between these two. Yeah, I'm even looking at the side. This is definitely a texture problem. That also looks really cool. Maybe call it like an aerial disc, an airy disc, I think. That actually looks really cool. That already looks like an airy disc. So yeah, I may just have to increase the just figure out a way to get more colors at more dark colors. I feel like really this color just keeps happening too. I feel like I've seen that split to a really dark blue several times now, but it just keeps coming back to being like a light color with a very dark blue interrupting it. Yeah, definitely whatever I did with the night vision thing was not a good change. What if there is something I can do for... Hmm. Yeah, what are my options here? Apparently I don't get to see them all. Whoops. Source color. We didn't do anything. Yeah, this guy's like actually completely black. And then the exposure just comes in and destroys it. All right. Well. Yep. I've got to end it. I've really got to end it. I've just been messing around too much. So, thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Should I mess with this guy at all? I feel like I need to. I feel like I really need to badly. I feel like it's got a lot of issues. I feel like it has a lot of issues. All right. Well, I'm going to think about it. I might mess with it a little bit off stream, but that's it. Goodbye.